of Justice Ginsburg. They've been taking turns throughout the day, standing watch amongst her casket there in Washington, D.C. And it looks like we have the changing of the guard keeping watch on Justice Ginsburg's casket.
That's totally fine, yeah, because we wouldn't want to take it unless there were a lot of people. So that's totally fine. You can stand around. Yeah, and just I'm sure this is going to be something that's developing in the next few days, so you can definitely keep in contact. Yeah, we're on till 9 p.m. Pacific time, so that'd be midnight your time. Okay.
And just to give viewers another vantage point of the U.S. Supreme Court, here it is in full display. It's almost 7 p.m. on the East Coast there in Washington, D.C., where you still see many people trickling in to pay their respects to Justice Ginsburg. Justice Ginsburg will be the first woman to lie in state at the U.S. Capitol and the first Jewish person in American history to lie in state at the U.S. Capitol later this week. In the meantime, she's perched there, her casket on the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, just before dusk there in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, it should be recorded.
Okay, but we never took a live, right?
No, I'm pretty sure we did.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Briefly,
Okay.
really briefly.
And we do have live pictures back up. We want to take you to another story we're following out of Louisville, Kentucky, in the Breonna Taylor case. An indictment was handed down today, and one of the officers involved in that case.
Atlanta's a no-go for now.
And you're seeing many people gathering on the streets of Louisville there. And for those of you who may have missed it earlier today, we want to bring you back earlier out of the state of Kentucky, where the Kentucky Attorney General announced that indictment earlier this morning on that officer in the Breonna Taylor case. Let's listen in right now. It's DDR2, okay.
Breonna Taylor's mother, to share with her the results from the grand jury. Many of you in this room know that I had the opportunity last month to meet in person with her and other members of Ms. Taylor's family, including Ms. Bianca Austin and Ms. Janiyah Palmer. I want to once again publicly express my condolences. Every day, this family wakes up to the realization that someone they loved is no longer with them. There's nothing I can offer today to take away the grief and heartache this family is experiencing as a result of losing a child, a niece, a sister, and a friend. What I can provide today are the facts, which my office has worked long and hard to uncover, analyze, and scrutinize since accepting this case in mid-May. I urge everyone listening today to not lose sight of the fact that a life has been lost, a tragedy under any circumstances. The decision before my office as the special prosecutor in this case was not to decide if the loss of Ms. Taylor's life was a tragedy. The answer to that question is unequivocally yes. There is no doubt that this is a gut-wrenching, emotional case, and the pain that many people are feeling is understandable. I deeply care about the value and sanctity of human life. It deserves protection, and in this case, a human life was lost. We cannot forget that. My job as the special prosecutor in this case was to put emotions aside and investigate the facts to determine if criminal violations of state law resulted in the loss of Ms. Taylor's life. This included examining the actions of Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly, Detective Brett Hankinson, and Detective Miles Cosgrove, the three officers who fired their weapons in the early morning hours of March 13th. In working with our federal partners on this case, it was determined that while we would share information to advance our respective investigations, we must also maintain some level of separation to ensure the integrity of each investigation. When examining issues regarding potential civil rights violations, we determined that any such violation are better addressed through a federal-led investigation, and issues involving potential criminal acts concerning the shooting are better addressed by a state-led investigation. With this in mind, our investigation focused on the events that took place in Ms. Taylor's apartment on March 13th. In the months since taking this case, our dedicated team of prosecutors and investigators with more than 200 years of combined career experience conducted a thorough investigation to better understand the events that led to Ms. Taylor's death. The team is here with me today. I want to personally and publicly thank them for their tireless work. These men and women are true public servants who for months have shown up every day with a desire. And women are true public servants who for months have shown up every day with a desire for one thing, and that is to seek the truth. One thing, and that is to seek the truth. We decided while we would examine materials gathered by LMPD's Public Integrity Unit, we decided while we would examine materials gathered by LMPD's Public Integrity Unit, we would need to conduct our own independent investigation and start from scratch in the interest of thoroughness, fairness, and finding the truth. Investigation and start from scratch in the interest of thoroughness, fairness, and finding the truth. There was no video or body camera footage of the officers' attempted execution of a search warrant at Ms. Taylor's residence. Video or body camera footage of the officers' attempted execution of a search warrant at Ms. Taylor's residence. Video footage ends at the point that area patrol officers arrive at the location. Therefore, the sequence of events from March 13th, patrol officers arrive at the location. Therefore, the sequence of events from March 13th pieced together through ballistics evidence, 911 calls, police radio traffic, and interviews. Had to be pieced together through ballistics evidence, 911 calls, police radio traffic, and interviews. We utilized information from the Kentucky State Police, local medical examiners, as well as working with the FBI Crime Lab in Quantico. Information from the Kentucky State Police, local medical examiners, as well as working with the FBI Crime Lab in Quantico to secure analysis and ballistics report. Our team conducted interviews in this case and spent thousands of a trajectory analysis and ballistics report. Our team conducted interviews in this case and spent thousands of examining all of the available evidence. We concluded our last interview in this case this past Friday and began our grand jury presentation on Monday. Hours examining all of the available evidence. We concluded our last interview in this case this past Friday and began our grand jury presentation on Monday. As long as the case is making its way through our legal system, I can only speak in general. As long as the case is making its way through our legal system, I can only speak in general terms about our independent investigation and findings. As the prosecutor, I am prohibited by the Kentucky rules of professional conduct as it moves forward. Each state has different rules about what prosecutors can and cannot say. The Kentucky rules are clear that I'm prohibited from making comments that could sway public opinion or heighten public condemnation of those involved in the case. These are crucial rules to ensure due process under the Constitution. When prosecutors prematurely release information about the case to the public, it can risk justice by poisoning the jury pool, violating the accused's rights to a fair trial, and even jeopardizing the final verdict. The success of our legal system is predicated on the principle that the accused is innocent until proven guilty. Despite passions, opinions, and desire for every detail to be known, the rule of law must apply. Justice must be done. In the early morning hours of March 13th, officers from LMPD executed a search warrant at 3003 Springfield Drive, Apartment 4. This was Miss Breonna Taylor's residence. The officers were advised by superiors to knock and announce their presence in serving this specific search warrant. The scope of our investigation did not include the obtainment of that warrant by LMPD's Criminal Interdiction Division. Federal law enforcement partners are conducting that investigation. Sergeant Mattingly and Detectives Cosgrove and Hankinson had no known involvement in the preceding investigation or obtainment of the search warrant. They were called into duty as extra personnel to effectuate the service of the search warrant. They only had information conveyed to them during their prior briefing. Evidence shows that officers both knocked and announced their presence at the apartment. The officers' statements about their announcement are corroborated by an independent witness who was near in proximity to apartment 4. In other words, the warrant was not served as a no-knock warrant. When officers were unable to get anyone to answer or open the door to apartment 4, the decision was made to breach the door. After breaching the door, Sergeant Mattingly was the first and only officer to enter the residence. Sergeant Mattingly identified two individuals standing beside one another at the end of the hall, a male and a female. In his statement, he says that the male was holding a gun, arms extended in a shooting stance. Sergeant Mattingly saw the man's gun fire, heard a boom, and immediately knew he was shot as a result of feeling heat in his upper thigh. Kenneth Walker fired the shot that hit Sergeant Mattingly, and there is no evidence to support that Sergeant Mattingly was hit by friendly fire from other officers. Mr. Walker admitted that he fired one shot and was the first to shoot. In addition to all the testimony, the ballistics report shows that the round that struck Sergeant Mattingly was fired from a 9mm handgun. The LMPD officers fired .40 caliber handguns. Sergeant Mattingly returned fire down the hallway. Mattingly fired 6 shots. Almost simultaneously, Detective Cosgrove, also in the doorway, shot 16 times. This all took place in a matter of seconds. In total, 6 bullets struck Ms. Taylor. Medical evidence obtained by our team indicates that only 1 shot was fatal. A fatal shot within a few seconds to 2 minutes after being struck. Detective Hankinson fired his weapon 10 times, including from an outside sliding glass door and through a bedroom window. Some bullets traveled through apartment 4 and into apartment 3 before some exited that apartment. At the time, 3 residents of apartment 3 were at home, including a male, a pregnant female, and a child. There is no conclusive evidence that any bullets fired from Detective Hankinson's weapon struck Ms. Taylor. The KSP ballistics analysis did not identify which of the 3 officers fired the fatal shot. After receiving that information, I asked the FBI crime lab to conduct its own analysis to see if they reached the same results. The FBI ballistics analysis concluded the fatal shot was fired by Detective Cosgrove. Our office looked at both reports to determine if there were major differences in the procedures used by each lab that would have led the FBI to identify who fired the fatal shot. Both law enforcement agencies use similar equipment and analysis, and each lab is highly respected for their work. There was nothing our investigators could point to, nor anything provided by the respective agencies that directly explains why one lab made the call while another did not. I think it is worth repeating again that our investigation found that Mattingly and Cosgrove were justified in their use of force after having been fired upon by Kenneth Walker. Secondary to this justification, the KSP and FBI ballistics analysis reached different conclusions, creating a reasonable doubt in the evidence about who fired the fatal shot. I certainly understand the public's desire for answers, and many have questioned the length of the investigation. Simply put, we had to try every means necessary to determine who fired the fatal shot before the investigation could be completed. With a thorough and complete knowledge of all evidence collected in this case, lawyers with our Office of Special Prosecutions presented the findings of our independent investigation before a grand jury comprised of Jefferson County residents beginning on Monday and concluding today. In Fletcher v. Graham, the Kentucky Supreme Court said that the grand jury proceedings are secret, and so I'm not going to get into the specifics of details about that proceeding. What I will say is that we presented all of the information, and they ultimately made a determination about whether to charge. In this instance, they decided to indict Detective Hankinson. I'm sorry, say that again? Well, what my role as the special prosecutor in this case was to provide the information and facts to the grand jury. Detective Cosgrove and Sergeant Mattingly were justified in returning fire because they were fired upon. I'll leave it to others to make determinations. We have vigorous self-defense laws in this state, and that is something that existed prior to this case. I'll let others make judgments about that. Yes, sir.
One big question surrounding...
Alrighty, you are watching News Now from Fox. We're going to cut into that shot real quick. I'm Daytona Everett. We've obviously been covering Breonna Taylor today. So earlier today, a former Louisville police officer was indicted on 3 counts of first-degree wanton endangerment for his actions against Breonna Taylor the night that she was killed by police, but no charges were announced for her death. The other 2 officers at the shooting were charged. Protests are happening as a result in many cities around the country. Jessica Dutnak is standing by to fill us in on what's happening specifically in Detroit. Jessica, what's it looking like out there?
Outside of Detroit Police Public Safety Headquarters. It's where they've been gathering for about 120 days now since the death of George Floyd. This group is organized and they are called Detroit Will Breathe. Detroit Will Breathe actually sued the Detroit Police Department based on some of the tactics the DPD was using against protesters. A federal judge not made a decision on that quite yet, but it does change things a little bit in terms of how protests are run here. It bans Detroit police from using certain tactics against protesters, such as tear gas and batons. And I talked to the leader of this group. His name is Tristan Taylor, the group Detroit Will Breathe, and he said he wants Detroit police to remember they are under a restraining order. He's not worried about clashing with Detroit police tonight, but does say the verdict in the Breonna Taylor case definitely reinvigorates their message. Now, we talked to the Detroit Police Chief James Craig earlier today. He said and remains that he supports people's right to protest. However, he says protesting is not instigating violence. He does not support that. And we'll flip around here, and I don't know if you can see, but down the street outside, kind of adjacent to the protesters, there are Detroit police lined up. They also have a bus ready for any arrests that they may need to make. But comparatively to a lot of other cities in the country, Detroit has remained unscathed when it terms of violence and looting. We're hoping that continues. Detroit police hoping that continues. But obviously these protesters continue to mount, and they are reinvigorated by this verdict. They consider it completely unjust.
Jessica, we're seeing a lot of curfews put in place in other cities around the country. Is there a curfew in Detroit too, or no?
At one point in time, there was a curfew, but it seemed that curfew actually instigated the clash between protesters and the police. The city ended up pulling back that curfew after a couple of days. So as of right now, there is no curfew in effect, but it does depend on what happens here tonight. The protesters say they're not worried about a clash, but it's just time will tell. When night falls here, things tend to change a little bit. Detroit Will Breathe maintains that they are peaceful protesters, but it hasn't been peaceful the entire time. There are outsiders that have come in to instigate.
Jessica, have you covered protests in the past, and how does this one compare to other ones?
So we were here the first night of protests here in Detroit, a few days after George Floyd was killed, and there was about 3 days of chaos here in the city. There was a giant clash between protesters and the police. There were projectiles being thrown at police, things like bricks and fireworks. That really initiated police's use of tear gas and other things. Mass arrests happened here, 40, 50, those first few nights. It was intense here, but like I said before, compared to other cities in the country, Detroit really maintained some semblance here. No looting, no burning down of buildings or anything like that, and we're hoping that that is maintained.
All right, thank you, Jessica. That was Jessica Dubnak out there in Detroit. We're obviously going to be following all the protests. We might check in with her a little bit later. Thank you, Jessica.
We have the right to speak.
All right, we're going to head back out to this press conference that is actually the decision that was made for Breonna Taylor. That's what's been sparking all of the chaos around the country. So let's tune into that.
March 13th show that they did knock and announce. The important point here is that information was corroborated by another witness who was in close proximity to apartment 4, who corroborated that information and said that there was a knocking and announcing by the officers. The witness was a civilian.
If a walk invasion can take place while there is a death involved, would that not be a manslaughter charge? If there was a death that occurred during a walk invasion?
Well, Chris, to your question, I think it, again, is important to step back and recognize that what we did was uncover all the information and facts related to the morning of March 13th, and then provided that information to the grand jury. The grand jury had every piece of detail needed to make their assessment and their judgments. And ultimately, their conclusion was that the decision needed to be made to indict Mr. Hankinson.
Mr. Cameron, Rukmini Kalimaki with the New York Times. Right here,
sorry,
sir.
yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
2 questions for you. Number 1, you said that she was shot 6 times, yet her death certificate says 5. Can you please explain the discrepancy? And the second thing is journalists in this room, myself included, have taken apart that apartment complex looking for witnesses to the point that you made about the knocking and announcing. Of a dozen witnesses that I spoke to, only one, a man who was directly upstairs, heard them announce. Do you think that's enough in the middle of the night when somebody is asleep for just one person in a tight-knit apartment block to have heard that? Is that a sufficient way of announcing?
Well, let me try to answer your second question first. Your question was, is it enough for me? I think the more pertinent question is, what was the evidence provided to the grand jury? What was sufficient for their purposes? They got to hear and listen to all the testimony and made the determination that Detective Hankinson was the one that needed to be indicted, knowing all of the relative points that you made. As to your first question, can you repeat it one more time?
Her death certificate says 5, and yet you are saying 6. Today's the first time I'm hearing 6.
Yes. So there is a bullet that was lodged, and bullet might be too generous a term. There was an object that was lodged into one of her feet, and so that is what is being referred to as the 6th, I guess, projectile.
Are you going to release the full?
Joe?
Are you going to release the full grand jury report?
Can you say that one more time?
Are you going to release the full grand jury report?
Well, I am right now, because there is a pending indictment. I think it is our practice, and because there is an ongoing FBI investigation.
Alrighty, so we're actually going to cut out of this press conference right now. We're going to head out to a police chase that is going on right now, a car pursuit in Orange County. Let's take a live look at that. These are full aerials coming in from our sister station. So what we know right now, which isn't a whole lot, this is a pursuit of an assault with deadly weapon suspect in Orange County. It looks like it's that red car right there that's speeding away. We've had actually 2 car chases today, both in Florida. Kind of interesting right there. They're following that car. I'm sorry, it's the gray vehicle that's speeding away. Again, this is in Orange County. We're still getting information about that, but it's pursuit of an assault with deadly weapons suspect that's in that car. That's the confirmed information that we have. Live breaking news. This is a car chase coming out of Orange County. I'm sorry, we're actually getting word that this is in California. It's in California. We had a car chase earlier in Florida, still gathering information about the specifics of this case, but it's the pursuit of suspect with a deadly assault weapon. You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're following a couple of live breaking news stories. In the top left, you can see a pursuit. This is in Orange County, California. It's the pursuit of an assault with deadly weapons suspect, again in Orange County, California. A couple of pursuits today coming out of both California and in Florida. Also, bottom right, we are monitoring protests around the country right now. It looks like this protest, it's a rally that's happening outside of City Hall in Philadelphia for Breonna Taylor. You know, I think that one is actually coming from Louisville. Yes, that's Louisville. We've been monitoring that live shot all day, but we're expecting protests in Los Angeles, in Dallas, in Louisville all night. There's a curfew put in place there. It's 9 p.m. We heard officers saying that it was deemed an unlawful assembly. So we're keeping a close eye on that, taking live looks from around the country. We've already talked to reporters on the grounds of Louisville and Atlanta. We're talking to Detroit. So definitely a busy day today. Again, still taking a look at that car pursuit in the top left as well. That's happening in Orange County, California. Kind of crazy. You can see how fast it's going. Looks like they're heading into the 50s, 54 miles per hour, dropping down, kind of dodging cars along the way. Doesn't look like there's any police on that car quite yet, but we're keeping a close eye on that gray vehicle heading through Orange County, California. Again, that is a suspect in the car that they are trying to track down. We're following all of this on News Now from Fox. Of course, all the live breaking news stories happening across the country. Bottom right, Louisville, Kentucky, where there's a lot of chaos going on out there. Peaceful protests so far over the Breonna Taylor case that had the decision come down today from the grand jury out there in Kentucky. All right, so you're hearing that audio right there. That's a chopper flying over Philadelphia. You can see protesters are out and about in Philadelphia as well for the Breonna Taylor case. Large groups scattered right there. Again, in Philadelphia on the intersection. We're going to be seeing a lot of protests around the country tonight, keeping a close eye on that here on News Now from Fox. Again, the top left is Orange County, California. You can kind of see the time difference there. It's night on the right and daytime during the left. Not sure if they have caught that suspect in that car yet. It looks like they have. Looks like the suspect got out of the car. So keeping an eye on that. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. We have all of the coverage here on police chases and protests and all the above. All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. We are cutting in and out because we're getting new shots every single minute. On the bottom right, you can see some flames going up. That's Louisville, Kentucky, where that decision came down today in the Breonna Taylor case. So protests not looking like they're ending anytime soon. We had a live report earlier from one of our Fox reporters, and he was saying it's been pretty consistently busy on the streets of Kentucky today. Again, that's a intersection in Louisville. Now looking like it's starting to pick up with the night time coming. That's usually when you start to see a little bit of the fires going, maybe a little bit of looting. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox, monitoring multiple breaking news stories. Thanks for tuning in. All right, we're getting news in that the suspect in the top left, which led police on a pursuit in the streets and interstates of Orange County, California, is now in custody. You can see multiple officers right there detaining him, about to put him in the car. We've been following that for the past probably 15 minutes or so. I'm checking in with my other host here, Andrew. Lots of stuff going on this Wednesday morning / afternoon / evening. Again, bottom right is Louisville, Kentucky, where we're following protests because of the Breonna Taylor case. Top left is Orange County, California, where a suspect led police on a chase with a deadly assault weapon.
All right, I'm Andrew Kraft with NewsNOW from Fox. Earlier today, a former Louisville police officer was indicted on 3 counts of first-degree wanton endangerment for his actions against Breonna Taylor. We're following many protests around the country, and especially in Atlanta right there, where we have Fox 5 reporter Alex Whitler, who seems like she's in the middle of a protest. Alex, what can you tell us? What are you seeing on the ground?
Yeah, good evening. People, as of right now, marching the streets of downtown Atlanta. And they've been starting out at the parks. That's where these seem to take place. I can tell you that these people started off peacefully chanting. They continue to do so right now. I have to be honest with you, it sounds like this just cut out. So if you give me a moment, I might be able to communicate with you a little bit better. But I do know that multiple people have been out here saying that they want justice for Breonna Taylor. They feel as though today's indictment was not. You should be able to hear me a little bit better now if we're still tuned in.
We have you, Alex. Yeah, thank you. Keep going. Yep.
Great. So I can tell you that multiple people have been gathering for the past about an hour or so. We're now getting to Ted Turner in downtown Atlanta. So this is really the hub of where all of these protests have been taking place over the summer. I know that the last time we were out here, it was for the protests of Jacob Blake. So the vibe tonight is sort of exhaustion. Several people that we've spoken with have said that it feels as though they're repeating the same message. Today, their frustration is with that indictment of one of the officers involved in the Breonna Taylor case. I spoke to a young woman who tells me that she feels as though no one was held accountable for her death, and that she understands why the officer was charged for endangering her community or her neighbors, but she says she didn't understand why no one was charged for the death of another human being. So what you're looking at right now is a largely peaceful protest. People are chanting, they're wearing masks, they have signs that read anything from defund the police to Black Lives Matter. And I've even seen a couple that say silence is betrayal.
All right, Alex, I wanted to ask just a follow-up there. What are the Atlanta local officials saying, especially Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and the police chief there? I know, especially during this summer with the Rayshard Brooks case in Atlanta, the police chief stepped down. So what is the official guidance from police officials there tonight?
I can tell you that over the past several months, we've heard the same messaging from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, which is that Atlanta is known for its protests, but they're known for peaceful protests here. So anytime there are situations like this for national stories that everyone's got their eyes on, authorities echo the same message, that it is your right to peacefully protest. And so as of right now, there hasn't been any guidance on a curfew that I'm aware of. Of course, I'm on the ground and using my phone to communicate with my members of the team. But as of right now, it seems as though it's just a large gathering of people throughout the city, peacefully chanting as of 8 o'clock Eastern time.
All right, Alex, from our sister station in Fox 5, and stay safe out there tonight. Thank you. And you just saw a live report from one of the many protests taking place around the country in the wake of that indictment that was handed down by the Kentucky Attorney General and the Jefferson County District Attorney in Kentucky in the Breonna Taylor case. We want to show you a bunch of these live pictures that we have all the way from Philadelphia, from Atlanta, from Chicago. So bear with us while we get these shots for you, but a lot is happening, especially in Louisville, Kentucky right here. You can see protesters have set some things on fire in downtown Louisville. There's a heavy police presence, as you can see, and we'll be bringing this to you throughout the night. It's about 5 p.m. in Phoenix, Arizona, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. let's put it in it. All right, and you're watching things on fire in downtown Louisville in the wake of what was handed down earlier this morning by the Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron. We want to take you to that event. We were just in the middle of that from earlier, playing that back out for our viewers. So let's listen into that and kind of what sparked all of these protests around the country for the memory of Breonna Taylor.
Charge to file or to indict against Mr. Hankinson.
Okay, and thank you.
Yes, when? Well, your last question about providing information. In any investigation, criminal investigation, the best practice, and this is whether on the state or federal level, is to not make too many specific comments about the investigation because you do not want to compromise that investigation. There are also ethical considerations as investigators and prosecutors that we're responsible to abide by as well. Some of those obligations continue now because we have a responsibility to pursue the prosecution against Detective Hankinson. It's my judgment very early on that we needed to take this case in the Attorney General's office. As you know, the Commonwealth's attorney was conflicted out of this case because of another matter that he was pursuing. I could have farmed the case out to another Commonwealth's attorney in one of our 120 counties. Instead, I did not do that because the resources that we have to bring to bear and the relationships that we have with our federal partners, in my judgment, were needed to uncover the truth in this case. And part of the reason the investigation took so long is because we needed to make sure that we were doing a thorough job of looking at all the facts and gathering all the materials, interviewing witnesses, making sure that all of our people felt confident in their presentation to the grand jury. I will remind you, as late as Friday, we were still interviewing people in this case. And so the length of it is because this case deserved thorough and fair analysis. That was needed and deserved by Brianna and by her family, for the officers involved, for the community of Louisville, and for the Commonwealth. We needed to have a thorough investigation. We also got the FBI involved in terms of the ballistics report. We needed additional, their ability to scrutinize and make an independent assessment as well. And so the length of the investigation was a reflection, I hope people understand, of how important it was that we got this right. We didn't want to rush it, and we did not. And I'm grateful to the team that is behind me for the work that they did. Look, over 200 years of combined experience. These are prosecutors and investigators who don't care about political distinctions, don't care about influence in any particular regard. What they care about is the truth. And we presented that to the grand jury.
Sir, sorry.
I'm sorry. I won't get into what our private conversation was. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. What do you say to people who say this is just another example of the black community not getting full justice? And what specifically do you plan to do to calm a community that's long been hurting? And do you understand that anger that people might feel?
I certainly understand the pain that has been brought about by the tragic loss of Ms. Taylor. I understand that as a Attorney General who is responsible for all 120 counties in terms of being the chief legal officer, the chief law enforcement officer. I understand that. I understand that as a black man, how painful this is. And which is why it was so incredibly important for make sure that we did everything we possibly could to uncover every fact. And I know, look, this team, myself, the members of the representatives of the Attorney General's office have taken a lot of criticism and scrutiny. But that scrutiny in many ways was misplaced because there was not a day that people in this office didn't go to sleep thinking about this case, and it wasn't a day where the first thing on our minds is getting to the truth in this case. And obviously, again, the criminal law is not meant to respond to every sorrow and grief, and that is true here. But my heart breaks for the loss of Miss Taylor, and I've said that repeatedly. My mother, if something was to happen to me, would find it very hard. And I've seen that pain on Ms. Palmer's face. I've seen that pain in the community. And what our responsibility in the AG's office was to make sure that we uncovered every fact, that we utilized every resource that we could bring to bear to uncover the facts and the truth, and that's ultimately what we presented to the grand jury. On the question of what I'm going to do, I've talked to partners in the community about helping to be a constructive member of any conversations moving forward. I recognize in my remarks I mentioned the fact that we'll be establishing a task force in the coming days ahead to look at best practices for warrants. So there is a lot that I can do in this platform to help.
Okay, sir, this is Maria Sacchetti with the Washington Post. Just had a couple of quick questions,
I
please.
hear your voice. Okay.
Hi,
yes, ma'am.
sorry, over
No,
here in
that's
the
okay.
back. Just wanted to double check. Were manslaughter? Did the grand jury ever consider the charges of manslaughter, or reckless homicide? And if not, could you please explain why? And do you anticipate any other charges in this case?
I apologize. Could you say that a little louder?
Sure.
I think I got.
Sure. Did the grand jury ever consider manslaughter or reckless homicide or those kinds of charges? And if not, please explain why. And do you anticipate any other charges, or is this it?
I won't get into the specifics again of the proceedings themselves are secret, but what I will say is that our team walked them through every homicide offense and also presented all of the information that was available to the grand jury, and then the grand jury was ultimately the one that made the decision about indicting Detective Hankinson for wanton endangerment. I think that in terms of what happened the wee hours of March 13th, in terms of that particular or specific date and what happened that night in the apartment, I think it is unlikely that there will be any additional prosecutions that come from that event itself.
Attorney General, so can you go into the confusion over the fatal shot that was fired and kind of what the issue was there in terms of determining that? And then also, did you present to the grand jury with any charges against Mattingly and Cosgrove?
Well, so as to your first question, what I think you asked about was
Confusion over the fatal shot.
Yes, the reports that were provided to us by the Kentucky State Police and then the FBI as it relates to ballistics. So initially we got the report from Kentucky State Police, and it was inconclusive about making a determination into that fatal shot. And so again, with the relationships that we have with our federal law enforcement community, and namely the FBI, I thought it imperative that we utilize that resource. And so they undertook an independent analysis and review of and conducted or provided a ballistics report. There is nothing that this team was able to glean suggesting that there was an objective reason for why FBI was able to conclusively or definitively state that Mr. Cosgrove fired the fatal shot. Both, again, KSP, their lab, well-regarded, well-respected, FBI, equally regarded and respected. That said, it certainly creates some issue in terms of providing that information to the grand jury and providing that at any subsequent process. And so it was, from our judgment, important to provide both of those to the grand jury and then ultimately let them make a determination about what to do with that information.
And were they presented with charges for Mattingly or Cosgrove?
I'm sorry.
Mattingly and Cosgrove. Were they presented with any charges for Mattingly or Cosgrove?
Well, what I will say is that they were walked through all the homicide offenses, and with that information and the information and facts that were provided to them that we uncovered in our investigation, they made the determination that Detective Hankinson was the one that needed to be indicted here. Yes, ma'am. So what I will say is there's obviously I don't want to get into the proceedings related to Mr. Walker. That's a separate, so I'm not going to have any comment on that. This team behind me presented to the grand jury. And your other question was about the racial makeup of... Well, I'm black, and I speak for the entire department. And I hope that will satisfy that question. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I know that you said the investigation has obviously taken months and it was presented to the grand jury Monday. Can you tell us when did the grand jury actually, how long did they deliberate? Did they begin on Monday or did they begin Tuesday? And that was of this week, correct?
The grand jury was presented with the information today. I won't get into the specifics of when they began their deliberations, but I will say that they started early Monday and concluded sometime before noon. And so they heard everything they needed to hear. We didn't withhold anything from them, and I hope that satisfies your question.
Okay. General, can you tell me a little bit more about this task force? You know, Senate President Stivers and Representative Scott are introducing warrant bills for the next legislative session. Are they going to be on this task force perchance? And will you be taking some of the information from the bills they pre-file to work with on this?
Well, I don't want to put, obviously, the cart before the horse, but I did mention in the remarks that we are certainly going to have elected leaders on this task force, and I imagine that some of the policy questions and some of the policy proposals that have already been put forward and have entered into the public conversation will be a part of this task force. But I want to make sure that people recognize that this task force is being established not to demonize any one side or any one department or agency. I think it's a healthy thing for the Attorney General from time to time to be a part of a conversation with all 120 counties. I'm not talking or singling out any county specifically, but with all 120 counties about best practices that can be utilized. I had a recent conversation with somebody that said there is always room for improvement. I think that's important in any industry, important in any job. And so as part of my role as the Attorney General, I certainly recognize the part I have to play in making sure that all of our systems in government are improved upon, whether it be because of a particular matter that occurred or because from time to time it's just the responsible thing to do.
Did
Yes,
any of the officers
I'm
ask?
sorry, Joe.
Yeah. Did any of the officers ask to testify or present evidence to the grand jury, and were any allowed to?
Well, what I'll say on that is, again, I don't want to get into the specifics, but testimony was heard by the grand jury of all sorts of witnesses and folks. And so, again, all relevant information was provided to the grand jury for them to make their assessment. Yes, sir.
When you look at the analysis of the path of the bullets, how was it that Kenneth Walker, who fired the shot at the officers, was not hit, and Breonna Taylor was hit so many times?
Well, that's part of the tragedy here. And again, I don't want to get into the specifics, but the fact that she was hit breaks my heart, and it breaks the collective heart of all the country. But I don't want to get, because we have now a open prosecution, I don't want to get too into the details of the trajectories themselves.
Two follow-up questions. One, I understand that the names of grand jurors aren't released, but what rule or standard prevents you from releasing the racial and gender makeup of the grand jury? And number two, you mentioned that Cosgrove fired the fatal shot, but could you clarify how many shots in all that hit Ms. Taylor were fired by Mattingly, and how many shots that hit Ms. Taylor were fired by Cosgrove?
Well, as to the last question, inconclusive in terms of
All right, you are watching News Now from Fox. We are tuning in to the conference, the indictment that happened earlier today. This is a recorded video, and in the bottom right is current protests going on in Louisville. But I want to take you live out to Los Angeles, where Mayor Eric Garcetti is making some remarks about the Breonna Taylor case decision earlier this morning. We'll take you there live here on News Now from Fox.
Until Saturday afternoon.
The fears that we had, the scenes that we saw playing out around the world, from Manhattan to Milan. Hospitals running out of beds, doctors making impossible life and death decisions, staff rationing their protective equipment and trying to reuse it, supply closets that became makeshift morgues as bodies piled up. Los Angeles has felt a deep impact of COVID-19. You know who you are when I'm speaking to so many of you who have lost a loved one. But thus far, here in this city of angels, you have helped us prevent the worst case scenario that we saw play out in other places, and that we can still keep from ever getting here on our streets, in our hospitals, and in our community. But we are not immune from the nightmare that we saw. As we head into the fall, there are things we need to be conscious of right now to make sure that we do our part to protect one another. The flu season threatens us all. It threatens to increase the number of people who are in need of medical care, leading to what experts are calling a twindemic, in which we have the flu and COVID-19 both taxing our medical personnel, our medical supplies, and our medical facilities. Let's not let that happen. And each one of us has the power to help prevent it with the most simple of acts, getting a flu vaccine. Yesterday, I got mine at the Weingart East LA YMCA in Boyle Heights, who I want to give a shout out to for their incredible work, not just yesterday with flu shots, but with food and help and childcare for so many people on our city's east side. We're making sure that everyone can benefit from this critical health measure. And so beginning in October, teams from USC's School of Pharmacy will rotate to different sites around our city to offer free flu vaccines to thousands of Angelenos. To learn more, you can visit our website at coronavirus.lacity.org/flu shot. But whether you take advantage of this new program, and please bring your insurance card if you have it, though nobody without insurance will be turned away, or whether you go to a pharmacy or your doctor's office, last year, it's estimated only half of Americans who could get a flu shot did it. Let's bring that number up. While there are very few people who can't get a flu shot, every one of the rest of us should schedule it for our family, for ourselves, for our community, and for our fight against COVID-19. As of today, we have some good numbers. Our positivity rate of COVID-19 is down to just 2.8% in the county. This is good news. But we have a little bit of mixed news. Our hospitalizations, our cases, and our rate of transmission are all slightly up. While the increases are not dramatic, they are significant, and we need to watch them and our behavior very closely in the weeks ahead. Remember, while Los Angeles County still remains in California's most restrictive county tier, we've been making progress over the last month and inching closer towards the next tier of our state's reopening guidelines. So here's the deal. If LA County maintains this low level, if we have our positivity rate where it is today, and we have no more than 7 cases per 100,000 people for the next 14 days consecutively, we'll be able to enter a new tier that allows for fewer restrictions. We've met the state's requirements so far for 1 week. Job well done, Angelenos. But let's keep our numbers at this level for another week to move into the next state tier in early October. And as I just mentioned, the county now estimates that the rate of transmission, what we call the R rate, is now at 1.02, slightly higher than last week. And the first time in a few weeks it's been above 1. Now remember, when the R transmission rate is above 1, that means that everybody who gets sick passes it on to more than one person, meaning that our caseloads will begin to grow again after a long time of seeing them coming down. So let's do everything we can to push it back down under 1 together. We know how to do that. It's the basics, and I'll get back to those in a second. But you may have also heard that the state will now allow counties to determine whether they will open nail salons with appropriate restrictions. As of today, the County of Los Angeles is keeping nail salons closed until there is more data to look at from the post-Labor Day times. I support that decision. And I will also continue to be a voice that I hope when we do open, that we will prioritize our youngest and most vulnerable children, getting them back to safe learning environments as our highest priority. The bottom line, this virus is still here, and it's still very dangerous. Today in this county, we had over 1,000 new cases reported, 1,265, bringing our total number of positive cases that we've tracked to 263,333. And 542 of today's cases were in the city of Los Angeles, bringing our city's cases to 106,946 total cases. During the past week, we've seen our 7-day average of daily cases now go a little bit above 1,000 to 1,072 cases. We remain, though, under that 1,100 average each day. The county also, and our hearts go out to those who have just learned this news of their loved ones, that there are 31 deaths that we added to the toll of fallen Angelenos. This brings the total number that we have lost of our people to 6,423 souls. Of these, 7 of the 31 were in the city of Los Angeles, and we continue to mourn with every family, everybody who's been touched by this deadly and vicious moment and by this disease. Our hospital inventory remains stable across the county with 746 available beds, nearly 600 acute care beds and 148 ICU beds, as well as over 1,200 available ventilators. We have 212 ICU patients who are severely sick from COVID-19. This is a substantial decrease since last month, but again, I always temper that knowing there's 212 families out there hanging on every phone call that they get, every doctor's update, and our hearts are with you. But remember, our number one goal is to continue keeping these numbers down, to prevent our hospitals from being overwhelmed in the months ahead. Overall, 753 Angelenos are currently in the hospital due to COVID-19. This number has been on the decline for several weeks, and it's lower than any time since early April. This is good news. Keep up that good work. But I want to be clear, if you are worried about symptoms, you're not being paranoid. If you're concerned you might have been exposed, you cannot be too careful. So get tested right away. We've kept our testing capacity very open and very wide to ensure that everybody can get a test and to get that turnaround time quickly. I took a test today, this week, and got the turnaround time in 24 hours. And the city sites this week, we have the capacity to test more than 20,000 people per day. As of today, 1.47 million people have gone through city testing sites, and we continue to not only run our testing centers, but to bring tests to you, especially for those from a zip code or an income level or with a transportation impediment that makes it difficult for you to get to our testing sites. Today, we have those mobile testing teams at the First Congregational Church in Westlake, at the Anderson Munger YMCA in Koreatown, and the Weingart East LA YMCA. And tomorrow, they'll be back at the Anderson Munger YMCA. Remember, they're free. Those places you don't have to schedule an appointment, you can just show up. But to find out about those and any of our testing sites, please go to our website. Sign up for a test or find out where one is available without a sign up at coronavirus.lacity.org/testing. Or if you don't have access to a computer, just call us at 311. Testing is such a critical tool, one of many that we can use to help us each save lives. Contact tracing, as we know, helps slow the spread of this virus. So please answer the phone if you get that call from the county. It is a life or death call for people that you know. And download the Citizen Safe Pass app. Already more than 1 million people are connected to the Citizen app, and hundreds of thousands have downloaded this. It is a confidential, anonymous way that you can get an alert if somebody you've been close to has gotten a positive COVID-19 test to inform you that you should get tested as well. It's as simple as that. It saves lives, it protects lives. So keep avoiding gatherings, keep maintaining at least 6 feet of distance, wash your hands, avoid crowds, and anytime you're outside your household, wear a mask, like this one, which Evelyn, a middle school schooler in Sherman Oaks, who has her own little Etsy page, sent me with these amazing map of California right on it. Thank you, Evelyn, for this great mask. You see, staying safe isn't an individual responsibility, it's our collective responsibility. And I believe in Los Angeles and our capacity to not only save lives, but to continue to look out for each other in every way. In fact, we haven't just been saving lives, we're trying to save livelihoods. And so from the beginning of this crisis, your city government has been laser focused on doing whatever we can to keep people in their housing, to keep businesses going, to keep workers working. We were the first in housing city to enact tenant protections, ordering moratoria on residential and commercial evictions, freezing rents on 624,000 rent-stabilized apartments in our city, and launching the largest rental assistance program of any city in the country, $103 million to help both tenants and struggling landlords make that rent and make their mortgages. And we've organized lawyers from top law firms to provide you free legal representation. Earlier this month, Governor Newsom signed the state legislature's statewide extension of the California eviction moratorium, allowing renters across the state, including those outside the city of Los Angeles, to rest assured not lose their housing during this pandemic. Los Angeles was the first city to protect tenants as the pandemic began, by giving tenants who have a COVID-19 hardship an affirmative defense to use against anybody who tries to evict them. So if you're a tenant that's facing a hardship-related event due to COVID-19, here are some key actions that you can take to ensure you're taking full advantage of that right that you have under my emergency order. First, respond to any eviction notice you receive. Under new state and federal law, you have 15 business days after receiving a pay or quit notice to sign a declaration that you have experienced COVID-19 related financial distress. I urge you to sign and return this declaration, as it's a critical step to securing your state and federal protections down the line. Second, if you receive an eviction notice from your landlord, do not leave your home. Instead, seek help from a lawyer and see if you are covered by COVID-19 renter protections in place. It is illegal for landlords to lock out tenants or to shut off utilities to try to evict them without going through a court process. And remember that your protections are in place no matter your immigration status. You can access the free legal services that I mentioned provided by your city through the LA Represents program.
And I'm Andrew Kraft. We're your newest digital journalists at NewsNOW from Fox, based in Phoenix, Arizona. You were just watching Mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, give an update on coronavirus there. He said the case positivity rate is now down to 2.9% in LA County. He also mentioned briefly the case of Breonna Taylor, and we'll keep a lookout if there are any impending protests in Los Angeles in the wake of that indictment that was handed down earlier this morning in Louisville, Kentucky. You're now taking live pictures. We have 3 cameras for you, 2 in Louisville, Kentucky, 1 in Brooklyn, New York. And it seems like things have devolved a little bit in Louisville, Kentucky. We have been watching things set on fire, heavy police presence there. And for those of you just trying to get up to speed with this story, the Kentucky Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, and the Jefferson County District Attorney in Louisville handed down an indictment to one of the 3 police officers involved in the Breonna Taylor case. His name is Officer Brett Hankinson. He was fired in June from the Louisville Police Department. Today he was indicted on 3 counts of wanton endangerment in the first degree. That indictment was handed down today by a grand jury in Jefferson County, Kentucky, and a warrant was issued for his arrest. He is in custody and he was booked, but he was released on $15,000 bail. That's according to local reports there. Daytona?
Now, Andrew, we've been talking to live reporters all day today, each one of them kind of saying similar things. There's curfews in a lot of these cities, not curfews in others. You can see things, it's crazy, in these protests really pick up literally when the sun goes down. We immediately saw fire going up in Louisville, Kentucky, right when it was kind of dawn time. So you can see protesters really aren't going away anytime soon there, even though that 9 p.m. curfew was put into place.
Yeah, and just to draw your attention to the aerials over Brooklyn, New York, this has been kind of a hub, a center of these racial justice protests all throughout the summer, right in front of the Barclays Center there on Atlantic Avenue in New York, the borough of Brooklyn. We don't have too close of a picture for you from our chopper there, but it looks like protesters are taking to the streets in Brooklyn, New York, as has been customary throughout the summer in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, obviously the hope for all of these protests is for them to remain peaceful, but we have seen a few flashbangs out there. There's definitely new techniques that officers are using to keep things kind of in check so that it doesn't get too crazy out there. But in the top right in Louisville, you can see they're all lined up with their shields, trying to keep each other kind of protected out there, quite frankly.
Yeah, and we're going to keep looking at these live pictures just for a moment, but we wanted to take you, cities around the country are responding in their own way. We heard from Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot earlier this morning. We've heard from officials in Louisville, in Atlanta, and we want to go to Houston now, in Houston, Texas. They held a press conference earlier today about what to expect in the wake of this indictment there.
To Wheeler in Houston, Texas, and we are grateful that you've come out today on such short notice. We're grateful to God for the individuals who are standing with us on today. We've got several leaders who are here representing different organizations. Our friend Judson Robinson III, who is the CEO of the Houston Area Urban League, is here. We have Minister Derek Muhammad, who works with Minister Robert Muhammad at Mosque 45, a social justice advocate in our community as well. We've got Julian McShay, who is with the NAACP, our young adults, as well as Yolanda Smith, who is the executive director of the Houston NAACP here as well, and Bishop Kenneth Murray, who is here with One Family, One Future. And we're grateful to God for all of us who are present. My name is Dr. James Dixon. I serve as Vice President here at the NAACP and Chairman of our Criminal Justice Committee. On behalf of Dr. James Douglas, our President, in his absence, again, we welcome you. This press conference is called as a community response to the shooting death of Breonna Taylor and the benign, absurd verdict, a decision that was rendered by the grand jury in Louisville. The killing of Breonna Taylor on March 13, 2020 was clearly due to negative behavior by the Louisville Metro Police. And today, finally, after all these months, on September 23rd, the grand jury released a decision, one that we believe to be unjust and a shameful decision. The indictment of ex-officer Brett Hankinson, who has been charged with wanton endangerment, we believe to be more than unjust, but despicable and a deplorable misrepresentation of justice. this charge is not even directly related or connected to the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. Let me say again, the charge, the indictment levied against Brett Hankinson, the ex-officer, does not even connect with the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. In other words, no one has been charged. No one is being held responsible for the death of Breonna Taylor in this indictment. That gives me chills just to say it, just to absorb that, and we need to really absorb that this incident, with facts surrounding this case that are blatantly declaring not only injustice, but unjust violence, unjust actions by these police officers. And no one is charged or held responsible for Breonna's death. Police entered her apartment on a no-knock warrant. Breonna Taylor was shot to death in her house, in her bed, while she was asleep. We must also remember that the officers who were at the wrong address. These and other facts make clear that Breonna Taylor's life was wrongfully taken. And today, the grand jury releases an indictment that holds no one responsible. This decision released today in Louisville is yet another tragic example that for too many people, too often, black lives really don't matter. It also empowers rogue police officers to continue killing blacks, knowing that they would be protected by our unjust criminal justice or criminal injustice system. Our purpose here today is to announce our passionate disgust with this decision, and we join with the advocacy community across the nation, declaring and saying that Breonna Taylor's life deserved much better than that. The killing was an outright murder. Right. The killing of Breonna Taylor was an outright murder. The grand jury's decision is yet another crime against her humanity. I'll say again, this grand jury's decision announced yet another crime against Breonna Taylor's humanity. Every justice-loving American should be outraged at this blatant act of injustice. America, we must stand for justice. At this time, Minister Derek Muhammad will come and speak.
Greetings. It's an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure to be at the Houston branch of the NAACP. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Brother Derek Muhammad. That is DERICMUHAMMAD, community activist. What can I say? This is just another sad day in America. It's not only a sad day in America because the system did not arrest the killers of Breonna Taylor. It's a sad day in America because, to be very honest with you, we did not expect anything different. Malcolm X had a saying. He said that if you stick a knife 12 inches into my back, but you only take the knife out 3 inches, that is not justice. What we saw today was a 12-inch knife stabbed in the back of Black America, and not even an inch of that knife has been taken out, because what they have placed before us as justice in the state of Kentucky, or should I say the state of Klan-tucky, is not justice. We are offended by what it is that has been given to us. As the father of 4 daughters, who will one day grow up to be black women. I know what I have to look forward to should something happen to one of my daughters, as what occurred to our sister Breonna Taylor. It makes a man want to take matters into his own hands when he knows that his child, his daughter, his loved one will not receive justice if murdered the way Breonna Taylor was murdered. And so for months, the cry has been, arrest the killers of Breonna Taylor. Arrest the killers of Breonna Taylor. Arrest the killers of Breonna Taylor. Well, the system that we have unfortunately have to live under in this country have refused to do so. So now the cry has to be, arrest the system that refused to arrest the killers of Breonna Taylor. Arrest the system that has refused to arrest the killers of Breonna Taylor. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
My name is Judson Robinson. I'm the president of the Houston Area Urban League. The Urban League has been engaged with many members of our community to bring about reform in policing. Reform in policing because Breonna Taylor's death was unnecessary, unwarranted, and a murderous act. We have to change the system of policing in America. Time and time again, be it Ahmaud Arbery, be it Breonna Taylor, be it George Floyd, America is calling for change. We must now act. Once again, we have shown that the system doesn't support black lives. We must change the system of injustice to justice. And we only do that with reforming a system that is unjust. I want America to stand with us, to look at the details, to look at the facts, to look at and ask the question, why did this occur? What's wrong with people visiting each other? What happens when someone bursts through your door in the middle of the night? What is the normal human response to that? It shouldn't be that the person whose door is kicked in dies. Law enforcement should not mean a death warrant to people of color.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Derek. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And we will hear at this point from July McShay, who represents our Young Adult Division as a social activist here at the NAACP.
Good evening. My name is July McShay, Julimcshay. I serve as the chair of the Community Coordination Committee here, and I work closely with young adults and community partners. I am devastated by the news today out of Kentucky, the lack of an indictment. But I have a charge for everyone who hears the sound of my voice. I don't want to beat you down and tell you to vote. I'm going to tell you why to vote, if I may. The judge who signed the no-knock warrant was an elected official. The district attorney who recused himself in order to pursue charges against the real person that they were pursuing was elected. Daniel J. Cameron, the Attorney General for Kentucky, was elected last November. He's in office for 4 more years. Let me tell you something. You cannot afford to not vote. You cannot afford to say voting won't change anything. Because when we don't vote and when we don't run for office, when we're well qualified and well knowledgeable, this is how these things happen. Here in Harris County, it's been over a year, and they're just now bringing charges against the man who killed Pamela Turner in Baytown. January 2019, we had a similar case here in Houston. The only difference was it happened around this time of day. around 5 p.m. on a January Monday. Those officers involved, it's been continuous development, uncovering of all the corruption. We know all officers aren't bad, so it's not about that. What it's about is the system and the consistent foolishness that is coming from the system, the failures of the system. And the system is failing because we are failing to hold the system accountable. So this Saturday, you got 2 places to join us. We'll be at Worthing High School in Sunnyside, and we'll be at Community of Faith in Acres Home registering voters. If you are not registered to vote, please come out. We are here to register you. The last day to submit a voter registration form in the state of Texas is October 5th. If you think voting doesn't matter, ask yourself, why are there leaders in the state of Texas right now filing a lawsuit against Governor Abbott because he extended the early voting time period? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself, why in Florida are they now all concerned because Michael Bloomberg decided he was going to pay off the fines of people who have completed their parole? You matter. You are powerful. You are powerful beyond your thoughts. You need to vote. We begin voting on October 13th here in Texas. I'm encouraging everybody Saturday, October 17th, to get your souls to the poll. We are going to vote, and we're going to change this. If you are a young person, I'm almost finished. You're a young person, you hear the sound of my voice. You need to get into the Constitution, both the Texas Constitution and the U.S. Constitution. And you need to learn everything you can learn. And then you need to run for office as soon as you're old enough to do so. We can change this country. We can turn this ship around. But it starts with us, and it starts today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, July. Thank you, July. Pastor Kenneth Murray with One Family, One Future. Pastor Murray. We're here gathered on these steps once more, tired, sick and tired of the same old, same old. Black people being assaulted and destroyed by a system that does not value them. As a parent, I'm tired of having to talk to my children, my young adults, my college kids about how to react to a system that does not love them. Today's verdict, today's action,
No justice, no
is
peace.
still another bullet as it relates to African Americans is concerned, as it relates to advancing life and advancing life in a healthy way. And so for Breonna, George Floyd, and all of the injustice that continue to happen to African Americans, we're here today to say that not only are we tired, but we're going to do something about it. As a pastor, I am asking every pastor to get involved with your parishioners. I'm asking you to do whatever is necessary to help get them to the polls as it relates to voting early and as it relates to voting, period. Because as the young lady just said, July, the only way it's going to change is we have to make that change. And we're standing here today putting America on notice that we are going to make a change. Thank you. Final speaker is Yolanda Smith, Executive Director here at the NAACP. Yolanda?
I want to say thank you to our partners, Urban League, Derek Muhammad, Pastor, and everyone that has worked and continues to work with our NAACP Houston branch. This year's theme is very simple, and I'm going to say it 2 times so you can repeat with me. We are done dying. Let's say it. We are done dying. That is a very important theme because guess what? We are done dying. So as July, who heads our next gen, our young adults, along with Portia and Shamara, who are not here, and as Bishop Dixon, who heads our Criminal Justice Committee, has said, we're taking that theme all the way to election. And it's important for everyone to understand, let's turn our agony into organizing. Let's turn our worrying into work, because that's what we have to do. We have to get to work, and we have to make sure that we bring all of our family and friends with us. It's important for us to be the change that we want to see. So again, thank you on behalf of our NAACP Houston branch, our branch president, Dr. James Douglas, in his absence, and all of the members of our Houston NAACP and our leadership. We are done dying.
Before we take a question or two, I want to say this. A $12 million settlement in a civil lawsuit was settled. First of all, $12 million does not replace a life. No amount of money does. But how do you get a $12 million civil verdict and no one is held accountable for committing a crime? That's oxymoronic. This is a shameful representation of America. We must do better. We can do better. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. It's unjust. But unfortunately, because of our history, it's not unbelievable. That's the pathetic state we're in America, and we're calling on America to help us make a change. Are there questions from the media at this time? Let me thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you, and thank you again for responding early. God bless. Thank you.
All right, this is digital journalist Andrew Kraft with NewsNOW from Fox. You were just watching the NAACP local chapter there in Houston, Texas, address the indictment that came down in the Breonna Taylor case in Kentucky. Many officials there in the city of Houston voicing their opinions on what they think about the case there. We want to take a break from all this Breonna Taylor coverage and just head over to a live look at the U.S. Supreme Court. You're seeing Ruth Bader Ginsburg's American flag draped casket there, shining in the lights. It's now almost 9 p.m. Eastern in Washington, D.C. And still, it looks like many mourners are lining up to pay their respects to the late justice. She died last Friday evening at the age of 87 from complications of pancreatic cancer. She'll be the first woman and the first Jewish American to lie in state in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda later this week. As you can see, this is the most fitting honor for one of the 9 Supreme Court justices. And the political debate is brewing already. Donald Trump, the president, has announced he will pick his nominee on Saturday to replace Justice Ginsburg on the High Court. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has indicated he is more than willing to have a full vote on that nominee in the Senate before the election, which is only 42 days away. Can you believe it, Daytona?
I can't believe any of it. It feels like 2 weeks ago that this morning happened, honestly. So much news going on across the country, but a moment of peace right here, quite honestly, at the Supreme Court. Definitely a lot to keep our eyes on ahead of this weekend. Lots of big decisions to be made. But tonight, a lot of unrest across the country with the Breonna Taylor case and the decision that happened there with the grand jury. We're keeping our eye on all of the protests going on across the country, from Louisville to Los Angeles. Lots going on. But first, we're going to take you out to California. We just mentioned Los Angeles. Mayor Eric Garcetti addressed several things, including the Breonna Taylor case, but also COVID-19, which California is seeing the state reopen in a lot of capacities with their restaurants and whatnot. So we're going to go ahead and take that live.
Contact tracing, as we know, helps slow the spread of this virus. So please answer the phone if you get that call from the county. It is a life or death call for people that you know. And download the Citizen Safe Pass app. Already more than 1 million people are connected to the Citizen app, and hundreds of thousands have downloaded this. It is a confidential, anonymous way that you can get an alert if somebody you've been close to has gotten a positive COVID-19 test to inform you that you should get tested as well. It's as simple as that. It saves lives, it protects lives. So keep avoiding gatherings, keep maintaining at least 6 feet of distance, wash your hands, avoid crowds, and anytime you're outside your household, wear a mask, like this one, which Evelyn, a middle school schooler in Sherman Oaks, who has her own little Etsy page, sent me with these amazing map of California right on it. Thank you, Evelyn, for this great mask. You see, staying safe isn't an individual responsibility, it's our collective responsibility. And I believe in Los Angeles and our capacity to not only save lives, but to continue to look out for each other in every way. In fact, we haven't just been saving lives, we're trying to save livelihoods. And so from the beginning of this crisis, your city government has been laser focused on doing whatever we can to keep people in their housing, to keep businesses going, to keep workers working. We were the first in housing city to enact tenant protections, ordering moratoria on residential and commercial evictions, freezing rents on 624,000 rent-stabilized apartments in our city, and launching the largest rental assistance program of any city in the country, $103 million to help both tenants and struggling landlords make that rent and make their mortgage.
All right, we do have some breaking news for you coming out of Louisville, Kentucky. One officer has been shot in the protests out there. We're taking 2 live looks. The top one, you can see some of the SWAT team out there, and in the bottom right, you can still see protesters gathering, but WDRB is reporting again 1 police officer shot in Louisville, Kentucky. We're just seeing that drop down as we speak. Looks like reporters are starting to get ready for a live report out there, but again, Louisville, Kentucky, 1 police officer has been shot.
In Daytona, we don't have many details yet as far as that officer or his condition, but we can report that 1 officer has been shot in the protests surrounding Louisville, Kentucky, in the wake of that indictment handed down against that police officer in the Breonna Taylor case. We will bring you more once we know a little more details. We are following this online, and for anyone just being caught up to speed right now, there has been an officer-involved shooting in Louisville, Kentucky. Local sources on the ground there are reporting that a cop has been shot in Louisville, Kentucky tonight amidst this sad state of unrest there after the Breonna Taylor indictment was handed down.
Now, Andrew, what's interesting is we're not seeing a lot of protesters out there. We have 2 different shots that we're kind of monitoring, and it looks like the majority of protesters have been sent home, and it seems kind of quiet there right now. It looks like the SWAT team is just kind of, or the police, state police right there, are just standing there with their shields, no protesters in sight.
Yes, and just for our viewers, just to remember, this is only one camera, 1 picture we're seeing, and there is a curfew in place as well. Louisville Metro is under curfew that's beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's 3 minutes ago, and that curfew is lasting until 6:30 the next morning. So we're seeing on Twitter that some of the reporters there got emergency alerts on their phone indicating that this curfew in Louisville, Kentucky is now in effect. And just for those, we wanted to repeat, though, that there is breaking news. We are just finding out that a police officer has been shot amidst all of these protests. We don't know if he's local police or state police or the condition or if there has been a suspect. We will bring all of that to you once we figure that out and once we get those details. But right now, this is all we know.
Now, Andrew, I've covered some protests in the past, and it looks like they've kind of pushed our reporters, this is one of our Fox reporters in the top left-hand corner, away from that street that the state officers are standing on right now. You can see them kind of barricading off that street. So we're not sure if that was the location of the shooting, but again, we just have it confirmed that one police officer was shot in Louisville, Kentucky. Still details rolling in right now. So we'll continue to keep you all updated on News Now from Fox.
And a lot of this unrest you're seeing across the country, but especially in Louisville, is in the wake of the fact that one of the 3 police officers involved in the Breonna Taylor incident from last March, where she was shot dead by officers, only one of those officers was indicted today, and it didn't involve the death of Breonna Taylor at all. It was 3 counts of wanton endangerment in the first degree for that officer, Brent Hankerson, shooting in to the adjacent apartment next to Breonna Taylor and her boyfriends back in March. So you're seeing a lot of this unrest bubble up to the surface just right now. People are voicing their anger and discontent over what they thought is an injustice in this case, because no officers have been charged in the death itself of Breonna Taylor.
Now, Andrew, we've been kind of monitoring these protests throughout the entire country. We had a shot in the top left, that was San Jose, California, but it looks like our camera guy out there is kind of moving away. Well, there's some protesters holding signs and everything. So far, mostly peaceful out there in California, but not so much in Louisville, Kentucky, with one officer now shot, confirmed by one of our Fox affiliates out there. So we're going to keep looking at these lives for a second, and then we're going to take you out to a press conference that was held by Mayor Eric Garcetti in LA, where he was addressing several things, including the Breonna Taylor case. So we'll take you out there right now.
And we've organized lawyers from top law firms to provide you free legal representation. Earlier this month, Governor Newsom signed the state legislature's statewide extension of the California eviction moratorium, allowing renters across the state, including those outside the city of Los Angeles, to rest assured not lose their housing during this pandemic. Los Angeles was the first city to protect tenants as the pandemic began, by giving tenants who have a COVID-19 hardship an affirmative defense to use against anybody who tries to evict them. So if you're a tenant that's facing a hardship-related event due to COVID-19, here are some key actions that you can take to ensure you're taking full advantage of that right that you have under my emergency order. First, respond to any eviction notice you receive. Under new state and federal law, you have 15 business days after receiving a pay or quit notice to sign a declaration that you have experienced COVID-19 related financial distress. I urge you to sign and return this declaration, as it's a critical step to securing your state and federal protections down the line. Second, if you receive an eviction notice from your landlord, do not leave your home. Instead, seek help from a lawyer and see if you are covered by COVID-19 renter protections in place. It is illegal for landlords to lock out tenants or to shut off utilities to try to evict them without going through a court process. And remember that your protections are in place no matter your immigration status. You can access the free legal services that I mentioned provided by your city through the LA Represents program set up by the City Council and myself and our City Attorney, Mike Feuer, at coronavirus.lacity.org/LA-represents. Third, make a plan to pay. State and local protections do not cancel or forgive rent you may owe, though I do support legislation at the federal level that will help pay for that. But they do give you extra time to make payments. The city's family source centers may be able to assist households that have been impacted by COVID-19. And to find one of those near you, please go to hcidla.lacity.org, or again, call 311 and ask for HCID, our housing department. Today, our City Council built on these protections by passing an emergency eviction defense program, going further than the LA Represents program by investing $10 million of our CARES Act money to support legal nonprofits to help low-income tenants, to increase education and outreach for renters and landlords, and to strengthen ongoing case management. And I'm grateful to the council members who led this fight, Council President Nuri Martinez, Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell, and Councilmember Paul Koretz, along with so many other council members. I know when I only say 3, it really was a unanimous and group effort. But I want to thank them and our community and legal partners for your leadership in making this program a reality and helping so many Angelenos sleep easy at night. If you need support, know you are not alone. We are here with you. No matter who you are, and no matter where you live or what you do, we have worked every single day to ensure you have the resources that you need to weather this unprecedented storm. But as we respond to our immediate challenges, we must also lay the groundwork for a fairer, a more equal and more resilient future for Los Angeles. Every 10 years, the census gives us a chance to do just that, to build and to strengthen that foundation, to be counted and to be seen. It helps us secure a louder voice in Washington, how many representatives we have from California, tools that enable us to close gaps in education, health, housing, and transportation, formulas that literally tell you how much of your taxpayer dollars will come back to you or whether they'll just be shipped off to other parts of this country. But right now, the census response rate in our city is still under 60%, and we have just 1 week left. LA and every member of the media, please help us get this message out there. We need you to respond. Make it a priority. If you've been putting it off, today, right now, is the time to make sure you are counted. Fill out your census forms. You can do it online at my2020census.gov. You can call 844-330-2020, or you can fill out the mail form that came to your house or apartment. And if you need help completing your census forms, my team will be in Pacoima, in Panorama City, South LA, and other locations this weekend to answer any questions. And to find a person at an event closest to you, just go to census.lacity.org. And if you've already filled it out, check in with 5 friends, 5 family members. Make sure they have to and help them get it done. Be part of the Census Army to make sure we get what we're owed. I opened tonight about talking about a young woman who was taken far, far too soon from this nation. Another reminder of the dangers of being black in America and how much work we have left. Breonna Taylor deserved better from this country. And last Friday night, we lost someone who worked to build that better, that fairer, that stronger America. With every statement, every sharp opinion, and cutting dissent, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg gave meaning to the words that are etched onto the Supreme Court: equal justice under law. Justice Ginsburg knew that these were more than just words, that they were a promise to be cherished, to strive for, to be kept. Not just by her as a justice, but each one of us who are part of this nation. In her final years, she said that part of the work of her life was to help even out the rights of men and women. Not to achieve those rights, not to hope for them, but to hold ourselves accountable and to apply them equally. That is what Justice Ginsburg called on us to do. Not to be idle observers of this moment in time, but active participants. Whether it's saving a life from COVID-19, feeding a family that's hungry, fighting for racial justice, addressing climate change, we are called to this moment to make our time on earth full of meaning. At the end of our days, we're left with who we knew and what we did. In this city, who we are honored to know, those who stand up for the idea of a city and a world where we all belong, it's an honor to be your fellow Angeleno. And what we did, it is our time to look back, and as I've been saying throughout this year, not just look at this moment, and certainly not miss it, but to meet this moment, to rise to this moment, and to do everything we can, not just to respond and rebuild, but to reimagine a city and a world that will be just for all. In this moment of pain and injustice, let us draw strength from Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Let us recommit ourselves to that work of justice and freedom, of hope and healing, of today and every day. Let her memory be a blessing. So let's all stay safe, let's all stay healthy, and whenever we can, let's all stay at home. Much, much strength and love, peace and justice to each one of you tonight in Los Angeles. Thank you. And with that, I'll be happy to answer questions. First question, please.
Thank you. And our first question comes from Joel Pollack from Breitbart News. Please go ahead.
Hey, Joel, how are you? Can you hear me? Joel?
Fine, thanks, Mayor. Sorry, we were muted over here.
Oh, no problem.
You ended the press conference talking about Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who passed away. She was known for her defense of the rights of criminal defendants, and I'm just wondering in that light why you would be disappointed in a grand jury's deliberations that decided there wasn't enough evidence to charge officers with the death of Breonna Taylor. I'm also just curious about your statement that we have a shot at birthing, finally, a multiracial democracy. Do you believe we're not a multiracial democracy now? And finally, just wanted to ask you about the purchase of protective eyewear for police officers in LA at a time when police budgets are being cut, why the department is spending on this and what the need is, and could you explain what prompted that?
Absolutely. No, of course, I agree with Ruth Bader Ginsburg of the rights of a defense. That certainly doesn't mean that anybody accused of a crime is innocent or that there shouldn't be justice. I think it was crystal clear to many people across this country that the life of somebody was taken unnecessarily. And while charges were offered against one officer, they had nothing to do with the death of an innocent woman. Full stop. Second, a multiracial democracy, it's kind of like a more perfect union. I think we have a shot at doing it, and every day we should be working towards it. But nobody can say that we're there in a place where representation from the Senate to the Supreme Court, from the CEOs and C-suites of our corporations, that we have achieved a multiracial democracy in which there is a fair shot for everybody and that we've been able to achieve the promise. Too many people are still left on the sidelines. In America, as we know, you have 1/10 as much money if you're born black as if you're born white. I don't want to see that go down for anybody who's white. I want to see it come up for everybody who's black. Here in Los Angeles, if you're Mexican American or black, it's nearly 100-to-1 gap. Imagine being that child growing up. You don't have a shot before you even start. So yes, this is about making sure that we have a multiracial democracy where people aren't taking folks off the voter rolls, where people aren't making it more difficult to vote, where people don't.
All right, you were listening to Eric Garcetti, mayor of Los Angeles, but we're breaking in right now. You're getting 2 live pictures out of Louisville, Kentucky, where Fox has learned that an officer was shot amidst the protests there going on in the wake of the indictment handed down in the Breonna Taylor case. So once again, you're seeing a heavy police presence. Scores of officers in downtown Louisville. And so we want to give you updates when we get those details of that officer that was shot, that was confirmed by the Louisville Metro Police Department. And so any information, once we get it, we will tell you, but we don't have many details at this moment about that police officer.
Andrew, I do want to mention also, there is a curfew in place right now. So protesters technically were supposed to go home, 20 minutes ago? So we're getting all of these reports right now of a police officer shot, and some saying that 2 have possibly been shot. We haven't had that completely confirmed yet. But people are really supposed to be heading home at this point. So these 2 shots are live right now of Louisville, downtown Kentucky. We've been following them all day. So far, had been peaceful up until this point. So yeah, just keeping a close eye on that. Local sources saying that one police officer has been shot. And it looks like they've sent our news crews kind of away from that area. So all we can see is the SWAT teams, the police officers, the local police officers kind of sectioning off that block so that protesters can't get in.
And Daytona, for any of our viewers on the stream here, now just getting up to speed on this story, earlier we learned, according to the Louisville Metro Police Department, that a police officer was shot. Fox News has now confirmed that 2 police officers have been shot amidst the protests there in Louisville, Kentucky. Sadly learning 2 police officers have been shot amidst the protests there. We have no details yet on if suspects are in custody or the condition of those 2 officers. We'll bring that to you once we get it. And this is a live breaking news story. We will bring you any new information as we get it, once we get it.
On top of that 9 p.m. curfew, there's a 72-hour curfew that's starting at 9 p.m. That started just about 20 minutes ago. That was enacted by Louisville Mayor Greg Fisher. He also declared a state of emergency, and we know that the National Guard has been alerted of the situation, so we're not sure kind of what the status is of that yet, but I would assume soon they might be making an appearance in the next day or so.
Yeah, Daytona, for those of you who are looking right now at these 2 live pictures, we are in live breaking news coverage of Louisville, Kentucky. 2 officers have been shot there amidst the protests surrounding an indictment in the Breonna Taylor case. 3 counts of wanton endangerment for one former sergeant who worked for the force who has since been fired. No actual charges were filed in the death of Breonna Taylor, and that is why those protesters right now are taking to the streets. They think that is not justified for the family of Breonna Taylor. And once again, you're seeing scores of police officers, heavy police presence on the streets of downtown Louisville. And to remind, go ahead, Daytona.
Sorry, Andrew. I do want to correct myself. I guess the Kentucky National Guard was actually deployed, so they're there, present at the scene right now. So I'm sure, they're working hard to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, from the live pictures, we've been able to tell. It looks like we see local police from the Louisville Metro Police Department, Kentucky State Police, Kentucky National Guard. So a large presence of state and local police are on the streets in downtown Louisville in the wake of all this. And just to repeat and reiterate, 2 police officers have been shot in Louisville, Kentucky tonight amidst those protests there. We are still awaiting word on the condition of those officers, if they've been transported to the hospital, and any information on the suspects in that case. We don't have that for you. We will get that to you once we know it.
Now, it looks like local reports are saying that the majority of the police presence has been on 1st and Broadway. That's in downtown Louisville, Kentucky. And it seems like those reports are where that officer was shot. Now, all of this is literally coming in right now. It's why we call it breaking news. But again, 1st and Broadway, I know a lot of us are tuning in from around the country and around the world and might not know exactly where that's located, but we have had our shot up pretty much on this intersection right there. So I'm assuming this is 1st and Broadway that we're looking at. Like we said, most of the officers have kind of set up a barricade in that area so that protesters can't really be getting in right now. But we've seen some tear gas deployed. We saw fires earlier. Right now, it's looking a little more still and static. But yeah, I mean, this is Louisville, Kentucky at this moment in time.
And just to reiterate, we only have 2 cameras right now looking live on Louisville, Kentucky. And from our viewpoint right here, it looks like not much activity. A heavy police presence, but we're not seeing any protesters ourselves. Obviously, there are many reports of protesters, but what you're looking at right now is not that. Let's bring it back to Breonna Taylor, the woman. You'll remember she was a 26-year-old black emergency medical worker, an EMT. She was shot by officers who entered her home using a warrant. They had that warrant for a drug investigation, and this was back in March. So what is it now? It is almost October, and 6 months until a decision has been made in this case. And the Kentucky Attorney General referenced the length of time it took to reach a decision. They wanted to be deliberate. They wanted to lay the facts out, and that's why this decision by the grand jury took almost 6 months.
All right, you guys are seeing a live picture. This is NewsNOW from Fox. Developing breaking news. We're learning 2 officers have been shot in Louisville, Kentucky. With the protests going on there, we're looking at First and Broadway. We believe you can see all of the police officers set up in that area. Things looking a little bit calmer out there. We don't want to go away from this shot because this is definitely the biggest news story of the day. So keeping a close eye on that. We have local reporters on the ground gathering more information on exactly what happened. We don't know much about the suspect. We don't know much about the officers. Haven't really seen any ambulances or anything from what we've seen. We've had this live shot up for probably an hour now, over an hour, and haven't seen a lot of ambulances or sirens going off. And after we have learned now that these, unfortunately, 2 police officers have been shot amidst these protests, we're waiting to see if any police officials will address those shootings in front of reporters. We still have no information yet on if Louisville police plan to issue a press conference just to give us an update on those shootings in Louisville. If they do, we will take that for you if we get that. But once again, we know very little right now about the condition of the officers, the suspects who may have shot them, but we are gathering news as we speak and hope to bring you some more information once we get it. But I wanted to just focus back on Breonna Taylor and the case itself. She was 26 years old. She was working as an EMT, and this was right at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic. But she was shot 5 times by officers who entered her home using that warrant. They were investigating drug charges. And you'll remember, she was with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend fired first at the officers, and the officers fired back. And what Brent Hankison was indicted today with on those 3 counts of wanton endangerment was firing into the next apartment building. The next apartment. And so that's what those charges stemmed from. The Kentucky Attorney General and the grand jury did not take a position and decide to charge any of those officers in the murder of Breonna Taylor itself. And that is why you are seeing these sustained protests around the country. We've heard from reporters at our Fox sister stations around the country tonight. We've heard from Atlanta and Chicago and Detroit, seeing these live pictures from swelling protests around the country in the wake of this huge breaking story. And as you know, the country has been roiled with racial and social unrest throughout the summer after the wake of the George Floyd shooting and the George Floyd death in Minneapolis over Memorial Day weekend. And it has been case after case all summer. Now, of course, we've been seeing the protests, but we've also been seeing a lot of press conferences from officials today kind of responding to the news. We heard a little bit from Mayor Eric Garcetti in Los Angeles. He talked a little bit about the Breonna Taylor case. Also in Chicago, there's a history of issues in Chicago. They've had civil unrest and protests and looting quite a bit out there. So they definitely responded. And then from President Trump as well. He answered reporter questions earlier today in a press briefing, which we will ultimately play here on NewsNOW from Fox and show you it from beginning to end. But we're still following this breaking news right now. The only information that we have absolutely confirmed is that 2 officers were shot. But local reports are saying that the shooting actually confirmed was on Brook Street and Broadway at about 8:30 p.m. So our cameras were actually up at that point. And again, that's in Kentucky time, depending on where you're located in the country and in the world. Fires right there, you can see that's even a live shot. We're looking at that live right now in downtown Louisville, Kentucky. But the identity and condition of the injured officer is not available right now. We don't have those details. It's also not completely clear if the shooting was related to any of the protests, but with this being in that area, you can kind of infer a little bit. But yeah, no information on the suspect or the officers, still gathering all of that right now. But live look from, looks like there's some units that are heading out on that left screen right there. But still plenty of police presence, even though we haven't seen any protesters for the past probably 45 minutes now.
Yeah, Daytona, not in the cameras that are available to us anyway. And just to give some of our viewers on the stream here just a timeline of events, you'll remember this happened in March. Breonna Taylor was shot and murdered in March of this year, and her family quickly filed a wrongful death lawsuit with the police department in Louisville and the city itself, and they challenged that police narrative at the time. And you know, well within the summer, family members of Breonna Taylor accused the officers of disregarding human life by shooting into her boyfriend's apartment and the apartment next to her boyfriend's. And that is what the charges that came down today from the grand jury were. 3 counts of wanton endangerment because that officer, Brent Hankinson, fired into the apartment next to Breonna Taylor and her boyfriend's. And you'll remember Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was charged with shooting at police officers. There was an attempted murder charge on Breonna Taylor's boyfriend in June. And in May. And prosecutors did announce that they were going to drop those attempted murder charges against Breonna Taylor's boyfriend. And you'll remember he fired the first shot when those officers were issuing that no-knock warrant in Louisville. In the wake of all this, there has even been legislation passed called Breonna's Law, and that bans the use of no-knock warrants. And we're going to bring you some more information on Breonna's Law. As it stands now, Breonna's Law would require officers to complete a detailed warrant application. It must be signed off by any chief of police or other high-ranking official with the Louisville Metro Police Department. The Louisville mayor there issued that change. It's called Breonna's Law. That was passed by the Louisville City Council back in June in the wake of this. And so once again, we want to just bring you back to what's happening on the ground in Louisville. We got word that 2 police officers have been shot in the wake of those protests there. And we're still waiting on any more information that we can bring to you on the condition of those officers and if anyone has been brought into custody on those 2 separate shootings. All right, this is Andrew Kraft, a digital journalist with NewsNOW from Fox. I'm joined by my fellow digital journalist, Daytona Everett. It is 6:30 p.m. in Phoenix, Arizona, 9:30 on the East Coast, and you're seeing live pictures of Louisville, Kentucky. And we want to bring you some more information once we have it, but as far as we know, 2 police officers have been shot in those Louisville, Kentucky protests tonight in Louisville. We're learning right now that the FBI Louisville SWAT team has responded to an LMPD, Louisville Metro Police Department officer being shot. So the FBI now is assisting in this investigation of the police officers who have been shot in Louisville, Kentucky. All right, we have a reporter on the scene. Fox News' Matt Finn is in Louisville. Let's hear what he has to say.
Police are protecting this area. They declared an unlawful assembly here. We saw people chuck objects at police, throw water bottles at police, try to start fires at the base of Justice Center here. There's still some small lingering fires. And this area here for many weeks and months has been ground zero for protests and demonstrations. There is a memorial for Breonna Taylor, but unfortunately here tonight there was, perhaps some criminal activity as people were lighting fires and chucking objects at police. And there are still helicopters hovering above. There is a very strong law enforcement presence here tonight. Law enforcement, from our angle, did apparently gain some control and establish some peace here after declaring that unlawful assembly. But unfortunately, it is late at night. There are people still lingering around here. There are people yelling profanities at police. So you could see that law enforcement is still keeping their line pretty strong here. And Sean, we'll bring the latest on this tragedy of 2 officers shot here in Louisville. Back to you.
All right, and that was Fox News Channel's Matt Finn, who's there on the ground in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's go back to him. He's reporting there right now.
Enforcement in all types of crowd control gear here. What's that? Okay.
All right, once again, that was Fox News Channel's Matt Finn with the live report from the scene in Louisville, Kentucky. And as we mentioned just probably 20 minutes ago, we found out that 2 police officers from the Louisville Metro Police Department have been shot amidst those protests in the Breonna Taylor case. You're getting a live look at state police there, Kentucky State Police, and local Louisville police heavy police presence on the streets there.
Andrew, it does look like in one of our shots they're setting up for a press conference. So likely we will be hearing from some of those officials out there to confirm what exactly is going on. So it's not just the reports from the reporters going on down there, but we are hearing 2 officers were shot in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll give you just a little bit of a live look of what we're seeing on our end right here.
That's right, Daytona, and we will bring whatever the police in Louisville there have to tell reporters at that press conference in its entirety to all those watching on the stream. But this is breaking news, and we want to give you all the information we have it once we get it. And so hopefully we won't have to wait too long for a police update on those 2 officers who were shot in Louisville tonight amidst the protests in the wake of the Breonna Taylor indictment.
Now, this is a very, small tweet for you, but the FBI, Louisville SWAT team, are the ones who are responding to this officer. At this time, it was one officer they were saying that was shot, and they're obviously investigating right now. So with that press conference, we'll be learning a little bit more information about exactly what's going on. So we just wanted to pull that up for you. This is kind of the most recent official information that we've gotten from the FBI, who's now on this case.
That's right, Daytona. So as you mentioned, and just to reiterate, the FBI is now assisting in the investigation of those 2 officers who have been shot in Louisville. And we're getting live pictures right now of police officers taking away what looks like someone who's injured but is handcuffed. We don't know who that is. If we figure that out, we will tell you. But as far as we know, we have no information yet on if there are any suspects in this case or the condition of those officers.
Andrew, obviously we're focusing on Louisville, Kentucky right now, but there's still protests going on around the country. Pretty soon here on NewsNOW from Fox, we'll be taking you to some aerials over 15th and Arch Street in Philadelphia for a rally that is also going on for the Breonna Taylor case decision. So, we're kind of focusing on Kentucky where all of this is going down, but still a lot of action around the country right now.
That's right, Daytona. And earlier we showed you aerials outside City Hall in Philadelphia. And you'll remember, Philadelphia was also a flashpoint in the wake of the George Floyd death this summer. But it looks like police may be coming to the podium momentarily in Louisville for an update on those 2 officers who were shot in the protests there tonight. We're going to bring that to you live once we have it in full. But you're still looking at Kentucky State Police there with their shields and their helmets. What looks to be outside City Hall in Louisville.
Now, we just heard from one of our Fox reporters down there, Matt. He was saying that there are still some lingering protesters, but pretty much the majority of people have gone home, which is good news for this specific situation right now.
That's right, Daytona. From what our cameras and our feeds can tell us, we don't see many of any crowds really or any protesters, just police lines in intersections in downtown Louisville. But like Daytona said, we've been covering this story all day after the indictment was announced. We've talked to our sister stations in Atlanta, in Detroit, and Chicago, and all of those cities have been bracing for a response in the wake of this indictment and what many of those protesters see as a miscarriage of justice, in their words. We heard those words from the Chicago mayor, Lori Lightfoot, the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, and that is the seeds of this anger tonight, that no charges, no murder charges in the death of Breonna Taylor were announced by the grand jury or the Kentucky AG's office today.
So, Andrew, typically conferences like this kind of take a little while to get together because they're gathering all the information they can get. Likely we won't know all of the information tonight. The FBI is taking over this case. They're taking over the investigation. We are hearing that 2 officers have been shot, but nothing absolutely confirmed from officials yet. So we do want to be careful with everything that we're reporting. What you're seeing is what we're seeing. So we're seeing it live, bottom right. Again, state police out there. Kentucky National Guard has been deployed from, that was enacted by the mayor earlier today. So we're keeping a close eye on everything that's going on. Looks like they're getting ready, getting set up. So within the next few minutes, we should be hearing from officials about what's going on.
And we just want to remind our viewers, but before this indictment came down today by the grand jury, the city settled with Breonna Taylor's family just last week. That was a $12 million wrongful death settlement. And so that just happened just last week, where the city announced a civil settlement providing Taylor's family with $12 million, but also promising police reforms tied to that civil settlement. And $12 million, some thought that was too little to pay back Breonna Taylor's family for what happened to her at the hands of Louisville police officers. And in the wake of Breonna Taylor's death, many protests have been taking place in Louisville all summer. And a lot of those protests have been centered around the homes, the residences of the Louisville mayor, Fisher, and the Kentucky State Attorney General, Daniel Cameron. And these have been happening all summer in the wake of social and racial unrest in the country.
Now, Andrew, we were talking a little bit ago about those Philadelphia aerials, and we have them right now. Let's pull that up for you. So protests across the country still going on, even though the ones in Louisville have kind of simmered down a little bit as we wait for that press conference that's going to be happening. But right here, we're taking a live look over Philadelphia. This is 15th and Arch Street, if you're familiar with that area. Protesters gathered in the intersection, kind of at a standstill, just stopped right there for this Breonna Taylor case decision that has been the top story today.
That's right, Daytona. It's almost 10 p.m. on the East Coast there in Philadelphia. And you're seeing a sizable crowd in that intersection there. It looks like some police presence as well. But as far as other cities around the country, besides Louisville, it seems like it's been relatively calm, relatively safe.
So we'll keep up that press conference view for you so you can see what we're rating on. You can see some of the reporters kind of getting their mic checks, getting ready for this to go live so we can hear from officials. All we've heard is from the FBI. Very, very little information that we know about this situation. Obviously breaking news, but we're hearing that 2 officers were shot in Louisville, Kentucky for those protests that have been going on all day today. That bottom right, though, is Philadelphia, so we're keeping an eye on that. These are aerials from our sister station out there. It looks like it's pretty much condensed in that one area, not necessarily up and down that entire street, just kind of in that intersection right there.
And for many of you watching, just like Daytona and myself, we are also awaiting more details on those 2 officers who were shot in Louisville, Kentucky tonight. We are expecting an update from police there on the ground any minute now, and we will take that to you live in its entirety. But as we know it right now, 2 police officers have been shot in Louisville, Kentucky. We don't know if that was at the same time by the same person. We don't know their conditions just yet. But once we have this press conference, I'm sure we'll get some answers right now.
So Andrea, I just switched that shot for us to see a little bit more of what's going on. That bottom right-hand corner was Philadelphia. Now it's just another vantage point of Louisville. So these are the remaining protesters that are still out there kind of covering the camera now, but they're past curfew at this point. Their curfew was 9 p.m. and you could see all of the state police officers out there trying to tell everyone to go home. This is an unlawful assembly. Those are the words that we've been hearing with all these protests that have gone on for months now. So this is a shot of protesters there in Louisville. They're definitely trying to tell everyone to go home for the night so that they can get this conference up and running and give us the information that we've been looking for. We're going to keep these shots up for you. You're watching News Now from Fox, continuing live breaking news right here. A busy night across the country, not only for Louisville, Kentucky, but for areas like Philadelphia and Los Angeles and Dallas. We heard of protests coming from out there, but definitely the focus on Louisville, Kentucky all day today. All right, so you're tuning in to News Now from Fox. I do want to make a correction right there. That bottom right-hand corner is Detroit. So those protesters we're seeing are from Detroit. If we want to pull up those aerials from Philadelphia, actually I'll bring that right into here. That right corner right there is Philadelphia. You can see the majority of the protesters kind of condensed in that one area right there. Again, Philadelphia.
And you'll remember, Daytona, Philadelphia was a focal point in the protests that happened this summer in the wake of the death of George Floyd. I'm reminded of an interstate aerial picture in Philadelphia where police shot tear gas canisters and to spread the crowd, but it was on this embankment right by an interstate, and that I believe was in June when all of that happened. And we've seen so many cases over the course of the summer. Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Rayshard Brooks, Breonna Taylor in the spring, and now with this. And might I remind our viewers, 42 days before the election, and this is on many people's minds when they're going to go to the ballot box. The president commented on this case today. We'll try to find you what he said. But many politicians have commented on this indictment, especially Chicago officials. Governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, called it a miscarriage of justice. We were hearing from officials in Houston, in Atlanta, in Detroit, as all of these cities were anticipating protests throughout the night. And now, unfortunately, we know 2 officers were shot tonight in Louisville, Kentucky, in the midst of all of this. And we're waiting for more information on the conditions of those officers and if any if multiple suspects or just one singular suspect was involved, we will bring you that once we have it, but we don't have that just yet. Once again, in the lower right hand of your screen, you're seeing an aerial view of protests in Philadelphia, in that intersection there. And it's almost 10 p.m. Eastern in Philadelphia. And it looks like they have formed kind of a circle, a solitary circle. They're not moving, they're not marching. We can't really hear if they're chanting. But this is in Philadelphia in response to all the events happening in Louisville today. And just want to bring it back a little bit to the life of Breonna Taylor and this case in general. You'll know and remember, last week only, the city settled with Breonna Taylor's family, paying her family out in a $12 million lawsuit. That settlement also demanded more police reforms in the city. You'll know that the city of Louisville, the city council there, passed Breonna's law, essentially banning officers from deploying no-knock warrants. What a no-knock warrant is, essentially, is police officers can show up at a residence unannounced, as they're seeking an arrest of a suspect. And so with Breonna's law, the moniker as it's called now in the city of Louisville, that is no longer allowed, that is prohibited. And I believe there have been efforts federally, especially in the Senate, with Senator Rand Paul trying to enact a federal Breonna's law. And Senator Rand Paul is one of the senators in the state there in Kentucky.
It looks like we're about to have a live report coming out of Detroit, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. I actually spoke to the local reporter down there earlier today, and, it was peaceful. She was saying she's covered protests in the past, and this one seemed a little bit different from what I'm remembering here. We've gone from one city to the next all day today, but she was saying that when night falls, that's when there's really that transition. We're keeping an eye on these protests, so we're kind of going to stay on that, but we're taking a live look from there, and we're still seeing protesters out there, but so far nothing too crazy. It's been generally peaceful in Detroit, but Louisville, we're still waiting to hear what happened. We don't know.
And Daytona, you'll remember, many of these incidents are twofold, right? With these protests, you have the case itself. Once the news media and the general public figure out what happened to these individuals, and you have kind of this groundswell of protests in that moment. And then you also have a resurrection of those protests again, once the decisions are made at the judicial and legal level to hold people accountable in those certain cases. And that's what we're seeing here tonight in Louisville. Like I said, this happened in March. This happened March 13th, when Breonna Taylor was shot 5 times by officers in her boyfriend's apartment. But just now, almost October, less than 6 months until today, where a grand jury issued an indictment, not on any murder charges in the death of Breonna Taylor, but only on one officer of the 3 involved for 3 counts of wanton endangerment for firing shots into Breonna Taylor's boyfriend's neighbor's apartment.
So we want to remind everyone out there where we're taking live looks from, because we're kind of jumping around from protest to protest. So this right here is from Philadelphia. So this is an intersection in Philadelphia. We're keeping a close eye on that. We've seen live looks from Detroit and Louisville, of course, but this is Center City, Philadelphia, 15th and Arch Street, for that Breonna Taylor rally that's going on there. We're taking a live look over Philadelphia right now. This is a rally that's going on out there. We're keeping a close eye on several rallies going on around the country right now. We might have a live report coming up out of Detroit, so we'll bring that to you as we continue to follow this case. We're waiting on a press conference coming out of Louisville, Kentucky. That should be coming up in the next 10 minutes as well. Still gathering information about the officer or officers shot in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll bring it to you live here on News Now from Fox.
It looks like our Fox News Channel correspondent Matt Finn is on the ground there giving a live report. Let's go to that just to hear what he's seeing on the ground.
Warn people over and over again to clear this area or they will be arrested or perhaps face tear gas. Many people did leave. This area did clear out, but there are still people lingering. People coming and going, shouting profanities at police. Right now, these officers are just monitoring this area because just a short while ago, there were fires here. There were rioters throwing objects at police. They were yelling profanities at them, and then police showed up in force, and right now they have restored some law and order and peace here. There is a 9 p.m. curfew here right now, but police are allowing people to kind of come and go. It seems like they've got some bigger issues at hand, including those 2 police officers that were tragically shot not far from here. We do have a crew heading there to that area, so we will update you. I got an email a short while ago from the police department here that confirms it had some officers shot. So unfortunately, another tragedy here in Louisville. Back to you.
And as Matt was saying, we are awaiting that police update on those 2 officers who have been shot. You're getting a live picture of where that will be in Louisville. You're seeing some police officers there in our live feed from Louisville. And as far as we know, 2 police officers have been shot. We don't know yet the condition of them or how many suspects were involved. We will take this press conference in its entirety so we can get up to speed on some more details in this story. But that's about in 10 minutes from now, and we will take that to you live.
Andrew, I'm kind of keeping a close eye on social media feeds right now. The last thing that the police department in Louisville tweeted was about the curfew. So a county-wide curfew is in effect, and it's going to be in effect for 72 hours between 9 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. So it goes through 6:30 in the morning tomorrow. So again, we just really, really want to emphasize that they're actually in a curfew right now. And if you want to go back to Matt's shot, it's still pretty active out there. Let's take a look.
is sectioned off, and there's these large trucks in the distance preventing any type of traffic. And there wasn't perhaps some local reports and initial response saying, hey, maybe this is too early, too strong, ahead of any potential announcement. But what I can say is that as you are witnessing right now, law enforcement was not playing games this time. The city really was prepared. And a short while ago, where I'm standing right now, there was hundreds of protesters, some rioters, people throwing objects at police. This was a pretty violent scene, and law enforcement got on those loudspeakers and warned that it became an unlawful assembly and that they were going to start making arrests, and then people kind of dispersed from here, but unfortunately there was the shooting. What I will say is that this city did not get caught off guard, if you will, that the law enforcement, the police department, and the city itself was well prepared for this much anticipated announcement earlier today. And of course, many people are not happy with the announcement of none of the officers being charged with any type of homicide. Breonna Taylor's family and her attorney were demanding that all of the officers were charged with at least second-degree manslaughter. That obviously did not happen, and protesters took to the streets rather quickly here in Louisville.
So we're going back live out to that press conference that should be coming up in the next 5 minutes or so that they can brief us on what exactly is going on in Louisville, Kentucky.
That's right, Daytona. We are awaiting that update from police in Louisville on the status of those 2 police officers who were shot earlier this evening in the wake of these protests over the Breonna Taylor case. The one indictment that was handed down today, charging 3 counts of wanton endangerment with one of those officers involved in the case. Many in Louisville are not pleased or happy with that indictment. They expected murder charges today. That's why they're upset. That did not happen. And so that's kind of why you're seeing this response right now in the streets of Louisville.
What's interesting about this, and what Max just said, our reporter who's down in the field right there, is Louisville really was prepared for this. On their Twitter, they said that they were putting up barricades. There was a high police presence there. So kind of interesting that all of this is going on.
Yes, there was heavy anticipation for this indictment coming today, and like you said, the police were prepared, issuing roadblocks, issuing the curfew, limiting parking, restricting vehicle traffic, limiting access to parking garages for this area. And so I don't want to make any judgments, but it looks like Louisville right now is, as far as we're concerned, the city right now in America over this case that is the most active. We're not seeing violent protests in any of the cities we went to earlier in the day: Detroit, Chicago, Houston. It's all centered right now on Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah, going back to those restrictions that they put in Louisville, I'm reading off of a statement that they put out earlier today around 12:30. They said, quote, "We recognize that this is an inconvenience and it'll cause difficulty for those that live, work, and have business downtown, and we apologize for this inconvenience. However, public safety is our #1 priority, and it would be irresponsible if we did not take preemptive action to preserve it," end quote. So they were ready for this. I don't know if they were quite ready for this specific situation, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more in probably 2 minutes or so. They told us 5 minutes ago, so they're running a little bit late, but the FBI now on this investigation.
That's right, and scenes like this are always fluid. Nothing really is ever on time, but we're waiting just like you to figure out more details in the case of these 2 police officers who have been shot tonight in downtown Louisville. We don't know their conditions. We're not sure how many suspects, if there's only 1 suspect. And with breaking news, we figure things out and we get them to you as we know it. What Daytona was referencing there was the police department was apologizing to those people in Louisville who aren't protesting tonight on the roadblocks, the street closures, the parking restrictions. Because as you can see, the heavy police presence in downtown has essentially rendered the central part of the city inoperative. I mean, there's no traffic going. It is just police, reporters, and some protesters trickling in and out.
While we wait for that press conference, I want to show you this bottom right-hand corner. This is in Detroit. So we lost our aerials over Philadelphia, but we now have this live shot from Detroit. Protests and rallies going on there still. They're active, it looks like, but a different scene from Louisville, which, you know, most protesters have gone home at this point with that 9 p.m. curfew that was enacted.
Yeah, it looks like in the lower right hand of your screen there, not much happening in Detroit. You have some people milling around, no marching, no chanting, but we're gonna leave that picture up right there. We talked to our sister station Fox 2 Detroit, WJBK, earlier today about what they had in store and what they were anticipating in Motor City, but it looks like not much is happening in Detroit at the moment. It looks like reporters are getting ready to be briefed by police officials in Louisville, and we're going to bring you that momentarily.
First and Broadway, shots rang out and 2 of our officers were shot. Both officers are currently undergoing treatment at University Hospital. One is in alert and stable. The other officer is currently undergoing surgery and stable. We do have 1 suspect in custody. That's all the information I currently have. I'll take any questions briefly.
How concerned are you about those officers and the safety of more officers and the citizens on the streets tonight and in the days to come?
So if I understand your question correctly, it's how concerned am I about the officers and the citizens' safety? I am very concerned about the safety of our officers. Obviously, we've had 2 officers shot tonight, and that is very serious. It's a very dangerous condition. I think that the safety of our officers and the community we serve is of utmost importance.
Tell us about the injuries that the officers sustained and why you used the surgery.
To my knowledge, they are both non-life threatening. That's about as deep as I can go right now.
Do you know where they were shot? Names of the officers that were shot?
We're not releasing the names of the officers at this time.
Do you know where they were shot? Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm going to go back to myself.
It's what it is. That's why there needs to. I agree. All right. Matt Van politely declined. Focus on Marine.
What else can I do?
All right, we just heard from a representative from the Louisville Police Department, and we got an update on those 2 officers involved in that shooting tonight. Officers said there is a suspect in custody. They would not give us any ID on that suspect. They said the officers are facing non-life-threatening injuries. And so that was a very, very brief statement from a representative from the Louisville Police Department saying that a suspect is in custody. We do now know that in these two shootings of police officers in Louisville, they have taken a suspect into custody. We are also told that they're facing non-life-threatening injuries. They're not telling us the names of those two police officers, and we're trying to get you more information as we have it. Actually, we want to play again for you the statement. It was so brief. Let's play that again for you right now. We're going to try to get that up for you again. But once again, a suspect is in custody after two police officers were shot in Louisville, Kentucky tonight in the wake of protests surrounding the indictment in the Breonna Taylor case. The officer there who briefed us was not releasing the names of those officers, but he did say a suspect is in custody. The condition of those officers, as we know it, according to police officials on the ground, is non-life-threatening. And once again, for those of you who may have missed this police update from the Louisville Police Department, we were just getting word now that one suspect is in custody in the shooting of those two police officers in Louisville, Kentucky. Those police officers' condition is non-life-threatening. We do not have the names of those two police officers. And we will bring any more updates to you tonight if police decide to brief reporters again. Like I said, that was a very brief update. We want to play that again for you, for those of you who might have missed it.
I'm Robert Schroeder, Chief of Police, Louisville Metro Police Department. All the information I'm about to give you is preliminary in nature, and additional information may arise as the investigation continues. At about 8:30 tonight, our officers were called to the area of Brook and College on a large crowd and shots fired in the area. As they were deploying to investigate what was going on at First and Broadway, shots rang out and two of our officers were shot. Both officers are currently undergoing treatment at University Hospital. One is in alert and stable. The other officer is currently undergoing surgery and stable. We do have one suspect in custody. That's all the information I currently have. I'll take any questions briefly.
How concerned are you about those officers and the safety of more officers and the citizens on the streets tonight and in the days to come?
So if I understand your question correctly, it's how concerned am I about the officers and the citizen safety? I am very concerned about the safety of our officers. Obviously, we've had two officers shot tonight, and that is very serious. It's a very dangerous condition. I think that the safety of our officers and the community we serve is of utmost importance.
Could you tell us about the injuries that the officers sustained from one unit to the surgery?
To my knowledge, they are both non-life-threatening. That's about as deep as I can go right now.
Do you know where they were shot? The names of the officers that were shot?
We're not releasing the names of the officers at this time.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. We appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Okay, I'm ready.
Is everybody good?
Alrighty, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I want to go over just the latest breaking news that we have. You can hear this officer right here talking about the situation that's going on in Louisville, Kentucky. What we know so far is one officer is undergoing surgery. They do have a suspect in custody. And one of the reporters was asking if he was concerned about the safety of his officers and of the community, and he said, of course I'm very concerned about the safety of my officers on the ground and for the community. We also know that the officers have non-life-threatening injuries, and that's kind of as far as he could go. Didn't release any names, no names of the officers or the suspect, but again, a suspect is in custody, so we do know that. Again, not a whole lot of information that's going on right now, but an officer is undergoing surgery and a suspect is in custody.
What does it show?
Now, I do think that we
what does the video show?
Some video of, I believe it's the body camera footage. We're gonna go ahead and take that.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Good? Good. You all good?
We're good.
Everybody here? Good? What did you say? Are you good?
I'm good. I'm good.
Fuck! Who's talking?
Stay down.
Where do you want us to go?
Right there, officer down, right there. Officer down.
Yes. Yes. Okay. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Right here. Right here.
Hold. We got an officer down.
Officer down. They're backing officers out.
Officer down. Take cover. Officer down. Take cover.
Watch this right here. They're going to double back on us right here down this alley.
We got one down. We got one down. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Good? Good. You all good?
We're good.
Everybody here? Good? What did you say? Are you good?
I'm good. I'm good.
Fuck! Who's talking?
Stay down.
Where do you want us to go? Where do you want us to go?
Right there, officer down, right there. Officer down.
Yes. Yes. Okay. What do you want to do?
You were just looking at body camera footage from Louisville police officers in downtown Louisville tonight. We wanted just to update you, for those of you who may not have seen the police update on those two officers who were shot in Louisville tonight. Chief Schroeder of the Louisville Police Department said those two officers were shot. One is alert and stable. The other is in surgery and stable. Now, they do have a suspect in custody, and both injuries of those officers are non-life-threatening, but they're not releasing the names of those officers or of the suspect just yet. We will give you any more updates when we have it. These situations are very fluid. The police may issue another press conference later in the night. And just to give you some background on how this all came about today, the Chief Schroeder said officers had responded to Brook and College Streets. That's an intersection in downtown Louisville. Reports of a shooting and a large crowd. Just a clarification, we want to tell you that the officers are expected to survive. Their injuries are not life-threatening. So we're getting a bunch of reaction right now from a lot of different politicians, including Senator Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. On the Breonna Taylor indictment, they're saying we must continue to speak Breonna Taylor's name. You heard that from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi today. You heard that from the Chicago mayor, the Illinois governor, to continue speaking her name. The hashtag Say Her Name has been trending on Twitter and Facebook all day in the wake of this indictment in the Breonna Taylor case. One officer in the case was indicted on 3 counts of wanton endangerment. No officers in this case have been charged in the death of Breonna Taylor at all. We want to take you a live picture right now in Louisville again of the police presence there. You're seeing street closures, road blockades, and we want to give you any more updates when we have it on the conditions of those 2 officers and if they release the suspect's name.
Thanks for joining us. You're watching News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look over Nashville. Looks like protests still going on out there. We just heard a press conference from Louisville, Kentucky, confirming information about officers shot and killed there in protests. Again, this is a group of protesters in Nashville. We're not exactly sure of the exact location there, but we're keeping an eye on that, as well as Louisville, Kentucky, where we're getting live reports. But we'll be watching this close. You also saw body camera footage of the situation, the officer involved shooting out there. So we'll keep gathering information and details about the situation going on in Louisville, Kentucky.
Anyone heard it?
Again, breaking news information, 2 officers shot in Louisville, Kentucky. We're not too sure as to what their situation is right now. We are hearing non-life-threatening injuries. That's what we heard from the officer earlier in the press conference today. So still getting information rolling in on that. A suspect is in custody, 2 officers shot.
And we do have a little bit on their conditions. One is alert and stable, one is in surgery and expected. They're both expected to survive, suffered from non-life-threatening injuries. And like Daytona said, one suspect is in custody. We don't know the names of the suspect or the officers just yet, but you're looking now in Nashville, Tennessee, where it looks like marchers are taking to the streets there in memory of Breonna Taylor, fighting for her name after an indictment was handed down today in her case to one officer, the grand jury issuing 3 charges of wanton endangerment to that one officer in the case. And we know it's dark in Nashville right now. You can't see much of the protesters. They're holding signs. They're marching. It doesn't look like there's too many of them, but that is from our local station in Nashville. And thanks to everyone who has been following our coverage of the protests sweeping the country in the wake of the Breonna Taylor indictment in Louisville, Kentucky. We've been bringing you breaking news live coverage of that for the last couple of hours, but we wanted to switch gears here and transition to some of the other stories happening around the country. You're taking a live look at the U.S. Supreme Court. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's American flag-draped casket is still there. It's around 10:30 Eastern on the East Coast in the nation's capital. And you see the floodlights illuminating Justice Ginsburg's flag-draped casket. The political implications of her death are being played out right now in the U.S. Senate, and at the executive level, we know President Trump will announce his nominee to replace Ginsburg on the High Court on Saturday. We'll have coverage of that for you as well. But we wanted to take you to an event earlier that happened in the Senate in the Homeland Security Committee hearing with Chad Wolf, the acting secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, and they were discussing threats to the homeland, especially foreign interference in the wake of the 2020 election, which is 42 days from now. Let's take that for you now.
Department of Homeland Security, which is an enormous task. And I've stated this in the past, I truly appreciate anybody who is willing to undertake such an enormous responsibility. I would ask that my written opening remarks be entered into the record. Without objection, we'll do that. I'll just keep it short because I know we've got time constraints here. But a quick description of what an enormous challenge this is. The Secretary of Homeland Security manages 240,000 people in the department. The responsibilities for Homeland Security are vast. Start with the Federal Emergency Management Agency that has to deal with hurricanes and wildfires and now COVID. Amongst many other responsibilities. Border security, a huge issue. We've not fixed that problem, not by a long stretch, but this administration has done a pretty good job of stopping the out-of-control illegal entry that we were experiencing over a year ago. CISA. This department is concerned about cybersecurity, election security, security of our critical infrastructure. And as we just witnessed with some of the protests that have sprung into riots, also protecting our federal buildings. And of course, we tragically lost David Patrick Underwood in Oakland, California, a member of the Federal Protection Services. So again, the responsibilities are enormous. I don't envy any Secretary of Homeland Security's task. I truly appreciate anybody willing to serve this capacity. One quick word I do want to talk about, from my standpoint, what an extraordinary job DHS and, quite honestly, this administration has done in dealing with COVID. I know that's not the narrative in the mainstream media and from many of my colleagues, but the fact of the matter is I come from a manufacturing background. I understand a difficult situation. COVID is an act of God. And if you think back to the beginning of this, when we were concerned about running out of ventilators, we didn't. You know, the president invoked the War Production Act, and we produced ventilators at a record pace, and nobody ran out. Personal protective equipment, PPE. I know it wasn't perfect. I know people didn't get everything they wanted, but again, nobody ran out. And that was dealing with a very difficult situation where demand outstripped supply by 2 to 3 times. We heard that in testimony before this committee. So I know the acting secretary. I know Pete Gaynor. I know the men and women throughout the federal agencies that are dealing with COVID. They've been working 24/7. And from my standpoint, they've done a pretty extraordinary job dealing with a very difficult situation. And, you know, what's unfortunate to someone like Acting Secretary Wolf, I said the exact same thing with Louis DeJoy in a hearing with the Postmaster General. Not only is it a thankless task, but it's a task that unfortunately opens you up to character assassination as well. So I find that very unfortunate. I personally want to thank you and the men and women that serve with you in the department for working tirelessly to try and keep our homeland secure, keep this nation safe, and dealing with all these enormous issues that you're dealing with day in and day out, like I said, 24/7. So again, Acting Secretary Wolf, thank you for your past service. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity as well. And I welcome you and any guests that you might have brought to the hearing room. I hope you, if you did, I hope you can introduce some of your family members. With that, I'll turn it over to Senator Peters.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Acting Secretary Wolf, for being here and for your willingness to serve. Today, we're considering the nomination of Chad Wolf to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. And under this administration, we have seen, unfortunately, an unprecedented willingness to abandon the norms of Senate-confirmed cabinet officials. This has been a particular problem at the Department of Homeland Security, the country's third largest agency and an absolute critical part of safeguarding our national security. Vacancies and acting officials are part of every administration, but they should be rare. This administration has abused vacancies to the detriment of this department. The President refused to formally nominate a leader for the DHS for more than 500 days, a move that was not only legally questionable, but created chaos and confusion at the agency charged with addressing numerous threats to our national security. The department cannot successfully tackle the serious challenges it faces without strong, steady, and independent leadership. While Mr. Wolf has experience at the department, primarily as a chief of staff, but also as an undersecretary and now acting secretary, he has been involved in some of the most controversial and concerning decisions the department has made. These decisions warrant a critical review of Mr. Wolf's record and call into question whether he is the right person for this critical role. Under Mr. Wolf's leadership, the department has faced daunting challenges: asylum seekers at our southern border, the pandemic, civil unrest, and deadly wildfires and hurricanes. While these challenges would strain even the most prepared staff, I'm concerned by reports of slow decision-making and the sidelining of experts, reports that raise serious questions about the judgment and independence of agency leaders. I'm also concerned by how the department has failed to adequately address the rise of domestic terrorism and white supremacist violence. As you can see, I have a graph here behind me. As you can see from this graph, the data shows that extremism based in white nationalism, anti-Semitism, and other ideologies account for more than 77% of domestic terror murders in the United States. Yet recent reports and statements from former DHS employees have indicated that the White House, in cooperation with Mr. Wolf, have downplayed this threat in public risk assessments. Rhetoric and political ideology cannot drive intelligence reports, and it should not predetermine the actions of any federal department. While the threat of domestic terror is not new, the department's necessary shift from focusing mainly on the foreign threats that have dominated the department's origins, or since the department's origins. It has been 18 years since Congress passed legislation to establish this massive agency, and so much has certainly changed since then. Our country faces persistent threats, both long-standing and new, including foreign and domestic terrorism, election security, natural disasters, cyber attacks, and now a pandemic. It is this committee's responsibility to ensure that any nominee to lead this colossal department has the experience, temperament, and leadership to address these threats head-on to protect the American people. Before I wrap up my remarks, I want to just take a moment to acknowledge the severe toll that the pandemic has taken on the Department of Homeland Security. Hundreds of frontline personnel have been infected while working every day to keep us safe. We have also tragically lost 6 TSA officials to the pandemic. Our hearts go out to all of those who have suffered because of this terrible disease. I would also like to recognize a Border Patrol agent who is fighting for his life now after being attacked in Arizona while on duty Monday night. I wish him a speedy recovery, and I thank him and his fellow Border Patrol agents for the work that they do each and every day to keep us safe. Again, Mr. Wolf, thank you for your willingness to serve and for being here today to answer our questions. I look forward to having a thorough discussion about the many pressing issues that face the department and our country. So welcome. And Mr. Chairman, I would also like to ask unanimous consent to enter a letter received yesterday from House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Benny Thompson, outlining his concerns with Acting Secretary Wolf's lack of compliance with requests for information.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator Peters. Now it's our pleasure to have Senator Ted Cruz, who's going to introduce Mr. Wolf. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for welcoming me here. I have to say, Mr. Chairman, as you self-isolate from home, this may actually be an historic moment, and that this may be the first Senate committee hearing ever with a pool table in the background. As I can see, you have a lovely pool table in your living room, and I will say at this time of deep and contentious division, perhaps if the Senate gathered around a pool table and with a beer, we might be able to get more done than sitting in hearing rooms yelling at each other. But that may not be happening today. With that, it is a real pleasure to introduce Chad Wolf, who is a fellow Texan and a dedicated public service. He is an individual that I believe is eminently qualified to be the next Secretary of Homeland Security. Chad was born in Jackson, Mississippi, but he very quickly made his way to the great state of Texas, and he grew up in Plano, Texas. He earned a degree in American history from Southern Methodist University and began his career working for not one but two Texas senators, Phil Graham and my predecessor, Kay Bailey Hutchison. Chad left the Hill after the September 11 attacks to serve our country and to protect us from terrorist threats, going to work at the newly created Transportation Security Administration in 2002. He became an early leader at the TSA, finishing out his first run of service there in 2005 as Assistant Administrator for Transportation Security Policy. After over a decade in the private sector, Chad returned to the TSA as Chief of Staff in 2017, before becoming Deputy Chief of Staff and eventually Chief of Staff at the full Department of Homeland Security. He has been Acting Secretary of Homeland Security since November 2019. And in that role, he has shown strong leadership. That leadership, I believe, has been tested in particular by the protests that became riots and the violence that we have seen across the country. Nowhere was that violence, were those riots worse than in Portland, Oregon, where night after night, thousands of angry protesters physically assaulted federal law enforcement officers, attacked the federal courthouse, threw firebombs, attempted to wreak havoc. Mr. Wolf took his responsibility to protect federal facilities and to protect federal personnel with the gravest seriousness. He did so at a time when political divisions in this country made it much more difficult to do so. He did so at a time when the mayor of Portland and the governor of Oregon both told him to, in no uncertain terms, get the hell out. Mr. Wolf was not cowed by political pressure. He was not cowed by the partisan anger of the moment. He was not willing to abandon a federal courthouse, which was still hearing cases, was still in operation. He was not willing simply to hand the courthouse over to the mob and allow them to burn the courthouse to the ground. Nor was he willing to abandon the men and women who he's been entrusted to lead. Federal law enforcement officers faced hundreds of violent physical attacks in Portland, having rocks thrown at them, water bottles thrown at them, having industrial-grade lasers fired in their eyes, resulting in numerous serious eye injuries, having commercial fireworks thrown at them, having firebombs thrown at them. protesters armed with guns, with knives, night after night after night attacking federal law enforcement officers in a profoundly politicized context. And I'll tell you, I have been impressed by Acting Secretary Wolf's steadfast commitment to do his job, to follow the law, to protect the federal facilities he was charged to protect, and to stand with the men and women, the law enforcement officers who were risking their lives to do their job. I believe that record, in addition to his long history and experience, qualifies him well to be confirmed as Secretary of Homeland Security, and I'm proud to introduce a fellow Texan.
Well, thank you, Senator Cruz, for that introduction and your really powerful opening statement. It is the tradition of this committee to swear witnesses in, so Secretary Wolf or Acting Secretary Wolf, if you'll stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. The Honorable Chad Wolf is the Acting Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Wolf was appointed to the Acting Secretary position following his confirmation as Undersecretary for the Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans in November 2019. While serving as the senior official overseeing the department's policymaking process, Mr. Wolf led the development and coordination of strategies and policies to advance the department's Homeland Security mission. Mr. Wolf previously held numerous senior leadership roles within the department, including serving as the Chief of Staff for the department. Prior to joining the administration, Mr. Wolf served as Vice President and Senior Director at Wexler & Walker, a bipartisan public policy consulting firm. Mr. Wolf.
Well, good morning, Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Peters, and other distinguished members of the committee. It's certainly an honor to appear before you today as the President's nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. I'm grateful to the President for the faith and trust he has placed in me to serve the tremendous men and women of the Department, whose mission is now more important and more critical to the safety and security of the homeland than ever before. Again, I'd like to thank Senator Cruz for being here today to introduce me and for his kind words, but more importantly for his continued support for the Department and our mission. As each of you personally understands, service to one country means dedication, hard work, and commitment. That dedication often means less personal time with family and loved ones, which is a sacrifice felt by all of us in public service. For many years, my family has made tremendous sacrifices so that I could serve our nation. I'd like to take this time to recognize them for their ongoing encouragement, patience, and support as I continue my journey at the Department. Please allow me to introduce my wife of 16 years, Hope. She is my rock, and without her, I would not be here today. I'd also like to acknowledge our two children, Tucker and Preston, who keep me grounded and focused on the important things in life like Little League. I'd like to recognize my parents, Jim and Cinda, who are unable to travel to D.C. today, but who are proudly watching these proceedings in real time. From an early age, they instilled in me a sense of service and commitment, and they have been immensely supportive of my desire to pursue public service throughout my career. I'd also like to thank members of this committee and their staffs for the important work that you do every day. I've had the privilege to meet many of you throughout the past several years, and if confirmed, I look forward to the opportunity of continuing to work closely together to advance the mission of the Department. And finally, I'd like to thank the DHS workforce for what they do every day of keeping the homeland safe and secure. Most Americans don't understand the sacrifices that they make, the unfair criticism that they endure, and the complexities of their job. But from one employee to another, I say thank you for your service. Like many Americans, my personal call to service began on September 11th, when I was a congressional staffer here on Capitol Hill. At that time, I had no idea that the events of that morning would forever shape my future as well as the future of our nation. Heeding the call to service, I joined, again, as Senator Cruz indicated, Transportation Security Administration, the very agency tasked with securing our airways and for ensuring that another event like 9/11 never happened again. I was proud to serve at TSA during its inception, as well as its integration into the larger department. Over the past several years, I've had several positions at DHS, including, among others, as the Department's Chief of Staff, an Assistant Secretary and Undersecretary position, as well as the currently Acting Secretary position. Over the past 10 months, while serving as the Acting Secretary, our nation and the Department has experienced some of the most difficult challenges of our lifetime. But but I couldn't be prouder of the accomplishments we've achieved. We faced a global pandemic head-on and led the federal government's unprecedented response efforts to include the coordinated distribution of billions of items of life-saving PPE. We've aggressively pushed back against malign foreign actors and nation-states who have sought to interfere in our elections, and we have worked together with all 50 states and territories to protect our election infrastructure. We've been tireless in our efforts because we believe that free and fair elections are the foundation of our democracy. We've taken extraordinary measures to protect the American people from a broad array of threats, to include homegrown violent extremists, domestic violent extremists, human traffickers, transnational organized crime, illegal narcotics, COVID-19 fraud, and more. We've stood firm against civil unrest and violence, much of which have been directed towards our nation's federal properties and law enforcement officers themselves. The Department has surged resources as needed, provided mutual aid to state and local partners as appropriate, and has done so with the respect and professionalism I've come to expect from the dedicated men and women of DHS law enforcement. And finally, we are supporting our state and local partners as they continue to combat historic wildfires and prepare and recover from numerous hurricanes. Against each of these challenges, the Department has marshaled our assets, exercised our authorities, and unified our efforts to safeguard the American people and our way.
All right, you were just watching the Senate Homeland Security Committee meeting from earlier today, but we want to bring you up to speed on the latest out of Louisville, Kentucky. President Trump is tweeting that he is praying for those 2 police officers who were shot in Louisville, Kentucky tonight. There's the president's tweet at the upper left of your screen there. He said he spoke to Kentucky's governor, Governor Andy Beshear, and says, quote, "We are prepared to work together immediately upon request." So the president offering the full force of the federal government to help and assist the situation there in Louisville, Kentucky. And just to back up a little bit about the 2 officers who were shot this night in Louisville, you may have seen on the stream that Chief Robert Schroeder of the Louisville Police Department said 2 officers were shot. One is alert and stable. The other is in surgery and stable. They do have a suspect in custody. They're not releasing the names of that suspect or of the 2 officers at all. But the press conference was literally less than 5 minutes. We didn't get much information to tell you, but we got as far as we can. So this is what we know right now. 2 officers were shot in Louisville tonight amid the protests ongoing over the Breonna Taylor indictment and the case there. The officers had responded to reports of a shooting and a large crowd. And the Chief Schroeder said those injuries are believed to not be life-threatening. So we're showing you the president's tweet in response to these events happening in Louisville tonight. And in the lower right of your screen, you're seeing live pictures of downtown Louisville. Still some activity on the streets there. And we'll just let you watch for a minute right now. And so once again, I'm Andrew Kraft, a digital journalist, NewsNOW from Fox. It's almost 8 p.m. here in Phoenix, Arizona. Almost 11 p.m. in Louisville, Kentucky. But we're going to go back to that Senate hearing with the acting Secretary of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf, from D.C. earlier this morning. Let's go to that.
It is the tradition of this committee to swear witnesses in, so Secretary Wolf or Acting Secretary Wolf, if you'll stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. The Honorable Chad Wolf is the Acting Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Wolf was appointed to the Acting Secretary position following his confirmation as Undersecretary for the Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans in November 2019. While serving as the senior official overseeing the department's policymaking process, Mr. Wolf led the development and coordination of strategies and policies to advance the department's Homeland Security mission. Mr. Wolf previously held numerous senior leadership roles within the department, including serving as the Chief of Staff for the department. Prior to joining the administration, Mr. Wolf served as Vice President and Senior Director at Wexler & Walker, a bipartisan public policy consulting firm. Mr. Wolf.
Well, good morning, Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Peters, and other distinguished members of the committee, certainly an honor to appear before you today as the President's nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. I'm grateful to the President for the faith and trust he has placed in me to serve the tremendous men and women of the Department, whose mission is now more important and more critical to the safety and security of the homeland than ever before. Again, I'd like to thank Senator Cruz for being here today to introduce me and for his kind words, but more importantly for his continued support for the Department and our mission. As each of you personally understands, service to one country means dedication, hard work, and commitment. That dedication often means less personal time with family and loved ones, which is a sacrifice felt by all of us in public service. For many years, my family has made tremendous sacrifices so that I could serve our nation. I'd like to take this time to recognize them for their ongoing encouragement, patience, and support as I continue my journey at the Department. Please allow me to introduce my wife of 16 years, Hope. She is my rock, and without her, I would not be here today. I'd also like to acknowledge our two children, Tucker and Preston, who keep me grounded and focused on the important things in life like Little League. I'd like to recognize my parents, Jim and Cinda, who are unable to travel to D.C. today, but who are proudly watching these proceedings in real time. From an early age, they instilled in me a sense of service and commitment, and they have been immensely supportive of my desire to pursue public service throughout my career. I'd also like to thank members of this committee and their staffs for the important work that you do every day. I've had the privilege to meet many of you throughout the past several years, and if confirmed, I look forward to the opportunity of continuing to work closely together to advance the mission of the Department. And finally, I'd like to thank the DHS workforce for what they do every day of keeping the homeland safe and secure. Most Americans don't understand the sacrifices that they make, the unfair criticism that they endure, and the complexities of their job. But from one employee to another, I say thank you for your service. Like many Americans, my personal call to service began on September 11th, when I was a congressional staffer here on Capitol Hill. At that time, I had no idea that the events of that morning would forever shape my future as well as the future of our nation. Heeding the call to service, I joined, again, as Senator Cruz indicated, Transportation Security Administration, the very agency tasked with securing our airways and for ensuring that another event like 9/11 never happened again. I was proud to serve at TSA during its inception, as well as its integration into the larger department. Over the past several years, I've had several positions at DHS, including, among others, as the department's chief of staff, an assistant secretary, an undersecretary position, as well as the currently acting secretary position. Over the past 10 months, while serving as the acting secretary, our nation and the department has experienced some of the most difficult challenges of our lifetime, but I couldn't be prouder of the accomplishments we've achieved. We faced a global pandemic head-on and led the federal government's unprecedented response efforts to include the coordinated distribution of billions of items of life-saving PPE. We've aggressively pushed back against malign foreign actors and nation-states who have sought to interfere in our elections, and we have worked together with all 50 states and territories to protect our election infrastructure. We've been tireless in our efforts because we believe that free and fair elections are the foundation of our democracy. We've taken extraordinary measures to protect the American people from a broad array of threats, to include homegrown violent extremists, domestic violent extremists, human traffickers, transnational organized crime, illegal narcotics, COVID-19 fraud, and more. We've stood firm against civil unrest and violence, much of which have been directed towards our nation's federal properties and law enforcement officers themselves. The Department has surged resources as needed, provided mutual aid to state and local partners as appropriate, and has done so with the respect and professionalism I've come to expect from the dedicated men and women of DHS law enforcement. And finally, we are supporting our state and local partners as they continue to combat historic wildfires and prepare and recover from numerous hurricanes. Against each of these challenges, the Department has marshaled our assets, exercised our authorities, and unified our efforts to safeguard the American people and our way of life. But despite the challenges of today, our eyes are remaining firmly on the horizon. As the strategies of our enemies evolve, DHS will adapt at every turn to defeat those who seek to do our nation harm. As the men and women of DHS can attest, our mission is anything but simple or easy. It is one that is increasingly complex and expansive, one that transcends borders, mission sets, and threat streams. Answering the call, often in the most arduous of environments and difficult of circumstances, has been my sole focus since day one. It's been the greatest honor of a life to serve alongside the 240,000 men and women of the department. And if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed, I look forward to continuing our progress to secure and protect the lives of all Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Secretary Wolf. And again, thank you for your service. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to your wife and your children. I'm sure they don't see a whole lot, particularly not since you started serving this role. So thank you very much. There are 3 questions the committee asks of every nominee for the record. So let me answer them and you can respond to each one. Number 1, is there anything you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
No.
No. Do you know of anything, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No.
No. Do you agree without reservation to comply with any request or summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes.
Now, frequently I will reserve my time and pass the question, but maybe it's because I've been the target of a number of false allegations here over the last few weeks and months. I know you are having to endure many charges as well, so I'm just going to basically give you my time to address 4 current attacks against you or your office, and I'll just list them and then you can respond to each of the 4. First, if you'd respond to the allegations about the order of succession issue. If you could respond to some charges about events occurring at an ICE detention facility. If you could respond to charge a whistleblower complaint from Brian Murphy, the former acting undersecretary for intelligence and analysis. And then just today, a brand new charge about contracts that were let out by DHS to your wife's firm. So if you can just take your time, take as much time as you want, and just address these for the committee, please.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I'll take those in order. We're certainly aware of the GAO's opinion regarding the order of succession at the department. I will say that we very strongly disagree with that opinion. I'll continue to say I respect the role that GAO plays, but that, again, does not dismiss the fact that we believe they have a faulty decision and the legal logic that they used is very inaccurate. So we'll continue to talk about that. That is a non-binding decision that the GAO has made. Again, we'll continue to state our position. We've stated it pretty emphatically about that, and so we'll continue to operate as we have, using our existing authorities, using our authorities under the Homeland Security Act to designate successors. The department has unique authority to do that. We did that in this case, not under the Vacancy Reform Act, but under the HSA, which again GAO did not comment on. So that's the first one. The ICE whistleblower complaint, let me just say at the outset, whether it's the ICE whistleblower complaint or any whistleblower complaint, we take whistleblowers very seriously. They have certain rights, and we're gonna certainly make sure that those investigations by the Office of Inspector General are played out, and we'll be fully cooperative with that. Regarding the ICE whistleblower complaint, it is my understanding that the OIG is starting to has individuals on the ground in that facility in Georgia. They will be talking with those individuals today, tomorrow. So I look forward to that investigation. Some of what we have seen thus far on some of the most, I would say, dramatic allegations in that complaint regarding certain medical procedures. Some of the facts on the ground and the facts that we have seen do not back up those allegations. But again, I'm going to let the OIG process play out. But if there is a kernel of truth to any of that, you can guarantee that I will hold those accountable and we'll take very decisive action. But at this point, they are allegations, and we need to make sure that we fully investigate them so that all sides have a chance to be heard. Regarding the intelligence and analysis whistleblower complaint from Mr. Murphy is patently false. It's a fabrication, completely. I reject any claim that I attempted to influence or retaliate against any individual at DHS, but specifically Mr. Murphy. I removed or reassigned Mr. Murphy at the beginning of August for a very specific reason, that I issued a statement on it. I talked about it in the media. It was very clear because I had received credible allegations that he abused his position, he abused his authority, and possibly violated numerous legal requirements when he personally directed the collection of information on U.S. journalists. I have referred that to the OIG. There's an OIG investigation. I told him at the time that I needed to reassign him to ensure that that process, that investigation could go on through INA without any appearance of influence by him leading that organization. Obviously, he disagreed with that, and we see what's occurring at the time. For me, it was a bright line. If there was even any indication that information was being collected on journalists, I had to take that action before any type of investigation was completed. So I'll continue to talk about everything that I've done with INA, the conversations I've had with Mr. Murphy, and so happy to go in further on that as well. And then, of course, just recently, I think overnight, there's a news story about some contract that DHS awarded to my wife's firm. I guess it was in 2018. I just found out about it last night when the media inquiry came in. And so whether I was chief of staff, whether I was the acting secretary, the undersecretary, or any other position at the department, I have no role in procurements. I don't even see procurements until they are released, until they're in the news and on the street. If I was involved in procurements, which I am not, I have recusals in place to not only include her firm, but also clients that I had before arriving at the department. So again, fabricated story. There's obviously no evidence of anything, but that's not gonna stop folks. So I appreciate the opportunity to address each of those, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Acting Secretary Wolf. Senator Peters, I'll reserve the balance of my time. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wolf, as we learned from the faulty intelligence related to the search for WMDs in Iraq following 9/11, using intelligence to confirm preconceived beliefs or biases can clearly have some devastating consequences. Trust in institutions is especially essential when you're dealing with national security issues. It takes years to cultivate trust and only one error of judgment for all of that trust to go away. So, Mr. Wolf, my question is, would you agree that accurate intelligence reports are absolutely crucial for law enforcement and other stakeholders to effectively address and counter threats to our nation?
Yes.
Is it true that in July you personally withheld from release an intelligence bulletin calling out a Russian attack on Vice President Biden's mental health?
No.
You did not withhold it?
I did not withhold it. I asked for the product to be improved, which they did over a period of time, and then that product was released at the beginning of September.
So it was held for a time. In fact, how long was it withheld before the product was improved?
So I saw that product at the beginning of July. I outlined my concerns, not with the underlying intelligence. The intelligence I agreed with. The intelligence has been backed up from the IC and others. It was the quality of the product itself that was lacking. And again, any product that comes out of the department, I'm very specific on making sure that that is a professional document. When I brought this to the attention of career officials at INA, they agreed with me. They had not seen that product before it was about to go out. They agreed that it could be improved. So I asked them to improve that, and then it came back as a better document at the beginning of September. Underlying intelligence remained the same. It was better sourced, better put in context for our state and local partners, and it was issued, I believe, on September 4th.
So it took a couple months for it to, after you looked at it, for it to basically come out. Does it normally take about close to 2 months for you to bring a 2-page intelligence report up to the quality standards that you think are necessary? Does it really require that much time?
No, it doesn't. Again, I had sent it back to INA and our Intelligence and Analysis Office and relied on them to improve the product. At that time, we did have leadership change at the beginning of August. This is back to my earlier comments about Mr. Murphy being reassigned. So there was leadership change. We had new leadership, acting leadership that's come into that office, that was reviewing that office and reviewing a number of their reports. So it was part of that process.
But you're saying it doesn't normally take 2 months for a normal 2-page report to go through, or does it take 2 months for it to go through? You're saying that doesn't?
Well, I can't comment on how long it takes INA to produce each of their documents. What I asked them to do was improve upon that product, and so it went from essentially a page and a half to about 3.5 pages. And it was, again, better context and a better product at the end of the day. But I think the important part is the underlying intelligence did not change. I didn't direct them to change it.
Well, I get that.
I was focused on the quality of the product itself.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Wolf, and it just seems to be a real long time to do that kind of change. And it's curious that the report was only issued after news broke about it. So here we go, a couple-page report doesn't get out, news breaks that there's an issue, and then suddenly it comes forward. My understanding is that there have been a number of potentially problematic products coming from INA. You and I have spoken about that in the past. Is it possible that your staff chose to elevate this particular report to you? Because there are a lot of reports that come out. Right. Is it possible that your staff elevated this report that you withheld from release for some time because it was about the president's opponent?
No.
Not possible. How many intelligence reports have you reviewed and put a hold on?
I have reviewed, again, they don't come to me for approval. We make sure of that. I want to see those as they are released to our state and local partners, and I've probably reviewed a half a dozen to a dozen of INA's products, again, as they are going out the door to make sure that I understand what they are, make sure they are up to my standards, and then, as we've talked, this one has not. I've asked them to look at a number of those reports, this one specifically, to improve on the product. Again, not the underlying intelligence, but the product itself.
But it sounds like a relatively small number come to your attention. Would you commit to sharing those held reports, including pre-release drafts that you reviewed with the committee?
Pre-release drafts of
the other reports that you said you've reviewed?
I can go back and see which ones that they have sent up.
So you will provide those to the committee that we can take a look at?
Sure.
I appreciate it. To your knowledge, has Mr. Cuccinelli ever directed or encouraged staff at the department to withhold, issue, or alter intelligence reports to align with the White House's messaging and rhetoric?
No.
Mr. Wolf, I sent you a letter last week asking that you and any staff named in Mr. Murphy's whistleblower complaint, as well as other staff with knowledge or involvement in the activities cited in the report, meet with the committee staff for a transcribed interview. As of today, you have not responded to that request. Can I get your commitment that you and your staff will make yourselves available for interviews as part of the investigation into these allegations of political interference within DHS intelligence reporting?
Well, Member, what I want to say is that we are currently doing that for various committees at the moment. So we have
I appreciate that.
House Intelligence. We are beginning transcribed interviews. Senate Intelligence Committee has also expressed an interest, although they have not asked for transcribed interviews. So we're going through a process. I believe 3 individuals have been transcribed, transcribed interviews in the House thus far. We received your letter last Friday, so I think we're on the 3rd or 4th business day. We will respond to that. And I look forward, again, to working with the committee as a whole to make sure that you have the information that you need to do your oversight responsibilities.
Well, and as you said, I appreciate you're working with other committees. This committee has primary oversight, particularly when it comes to your fitness to serve as Secretary of Homeland Security. This is very relevant information, and I would expect that you would be willing to do that. And I have today your commitment that they will be made available to us.
Again, I'll happy to work with the committee as a whole to make sure that you have all the information to do your oversight responsibilities. I also want to indicate that there also is an Office of Inspector General investigation into this as well, so we need to make sure that we're also providing information to them at the same time. So we've got multiple levels of review in this whistleblower complaint.
So I'm running out of time here, but it's an important issue you and I have spoken about a lot, and wanted to spend a little time getting some direct answers from you relating to work towards dealing with white supremacist violence and activities. I showed the chart that was here earlier. Can you confirm that the department assesses white supremacist violence to be the most deadly threat now facing our nation today?
I think when you talk about domestic terrorism, so I want to be clear on that front. When you talk about domestic terrorism, we talk about homegrown violent extremists, which are folks that are inspired, motivated, or directed by foreign terrorist organizations, and then we talk about domestic violent extremists. Within that category are racially and ethnically motivated individuals, and certainly white supremacist extremists from a lethality standpoint over the last 2 years, particularly when you look at 2018 and 2019, are certainly the most persistent and lethal threat when we talk about domestic violent extremists. But I think your question was all of the threats facing the homeland. I don't think I would agree that out of all the threats facing the homeland, from nation-state threats to pandemics to hurricanes and the like, That is the most,
Yes, and that was my intent. That was that you answered. It's dealing with those terrorist attacks. That was the intent of the question.
But I do want to say that it's important as we talk about domestic violent extremists and we talk about historically 2018, 2019, we cannot ignore what has been occurring over the past 4 months when we talk about anti-government extremists, anarchist extremists, anti-law enforcement folks. It's very important that we continue to look at and address the threat that's been occurring in the country over the last 4 months.
Well, I agree, and I just want a quick question here. That I know the department finally released your public action to implement strategic framework for countering terrorism and targeted violence. A long time coming. It's out now. But specifically, what actual steps has the department taken, in addition to this report, what actual steps has the department taken to reduce the threat communities face from white supremacist actors? And I know there's some grant programs out there. Please don't talk about the grant programs. What specific actions has the department taken, given the fact, as you just mentioned, given the threat posed by white supremacist groups?
Well, understanding you don't want to talk about the grant programs, but that is a big part of what we do, at least in the prevention space.
Yeah, and I'm granting that. I'm giving you that. I want to know what else.
We also do community awareness briefings, and we do other types of briefings that our Office of TVTP does as well in conjunction with CRCL and others. So part of our mission is to make sure that we are educating folks for sharing information. So we're also pushing out, probably, I believe since April, INA has pushed out roughly 20 or so products regarding white supremacist extremism to our state and local law enforcement officers. So those are to our fusion centers. So we're pushing intelligence out, but then we're also providing those community awareness briefings and the like. A big part of that are the resources that we put behind that, which are the grant programs themselves.
I appreciate it. Thank you. My time's up.
Thanks, Senator Peters. As long as you brought up the issue of domestic terror threats and white supremacists, I'll reclaim a couple minutes of my time. Acting Secretary Wolf, you seem to make the distinction between what's happened over the last couple of years as relates to the violent extremism and what's transpired over the last 4 months. Over the weekend, I saw a pretty interesting video. It was a press conference put on by the chief of police in Chicago that showed what happened in Grants Park, where peaceful protesters took a left-hand turn, went into a park, were either shielding the people that then started throwing frozen water bottles and industrial type of fireworks and that type of thing at the Chicago police officers. When you were before our committee a couple of weeks ago, I asked, what is your assessment in terms of who's really fomenting the peaceful protests that then end up in transition into riots? Senator Peters seems to try and link those and conflate it as the white supremacist groups. I don't think that's the case, but what do you say in terms of what is the main thrust? Who are the main groups? What is the main ideology behind what we've seen in the last 4 months, where peaceful protests turn into pretty, destructive riots? I don't know the exact count of how many businesses were burned in Kenosha, Wisconsin, but the city shut down. It's been devastating for the downtown. Can you just comment on who's fomenting that violence over the last four months?
Sure, absolutely, Chairman. What I will say at the outset is the department is focused on countering any forms of violent extremists. So let me just say that from the outset. When we produced the framework that the ranking member mentioned back in September of 2019, we specifically pointed to two threats when we talk about domestic terrorism, domestic violent extremists. Specifically, we talk about white supremacist extremists, but we've also talked about anarchist extremists, and we specifically mentioned, again, back in September of 2019, Antifa and concerns that the department was seeing at that point. So this is not anything that the department has come to in the last 4 months. The last 4 months have certainly highlighted what we've seen specifically in Portland. And I will talk very specifically about Portland, which I have in this room and before this committee again, where we had over 60-day period.
All right, we want to take you over to the story we've been following all night. 2 police officers were shot in Louisville, Kentucky, amid protests there in the wake of the Breonna Taylor case and an indictment that was handed down. We're getting some more reaction. We showed you just a few minutes ago, the president tweeted that he had spoken to the Kentucky governor, Governor Andy Beshear. Governor Beshear has just issued a video statement on his Facebook page, and we want to play that out for you just right now.
With the events of today,
many people are feeling powerful emotions, whether that's frustration, anger, concern. And many people have been out on the streets, especially in Louisville tonight, giving voice to those emotions. But sadly, we have seen at least one individual turn what were non-violent ways of expressing ourselves into the shooting of at least 2 law enforcement officers. We know that the answer to violence is never violence, and we are thinking about those 2 officers and their families tonight. So I'm asking everybody, please go home. Go home tonight. There will be many times over the coming days where there will be an opportunity to be heard, and so many people are listening right now. As your governor, I've promised to listen. But let's make sure we don't see any more violence tonight, and let's make sure that we find ways of expressing ourselves moving forward where your point and other people's points are made, and that hopefully we can not just listen, but we can hear. Everybody out there, stay safe. We care about each and every one of you. Good night.
All right, and that was a message you heard from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, urging people to remain calm, not do anything rash in the wake of this. He was kind of issuing a message of unity to the people of his state, especially in the city of Louisville, and definitely offering condolences to those 2 police officers who were shot. And he indicated, yes, that suspect is in custody. We want to take you now back over to that Senate Homeland Security Committee hearing from earlier, where the DHS Secretary Chad Wolf is being grilled by senators about threats to the homeland.
Absolutely. So again, at DHS, when we talk about election security, we are focused on cyber threats to election systems and election infrastructure. So over the past 3.5 to 4 years, we have been working with all 50 secretaries of states, thousands of local jurisdictions, technology vendors, and the like, making sure that our election here in November is going to be the securest election we've had to date. Obviously, we saw the concerns in 2016. We continue to work throughout 2018 in the midterms. We saw 2018 elections as probably some of the securest elections that we have held to date, and we continue to build on that work as we go into 2020. So very proud of the work that CISA has been doing on election security. And so we know in this election cycle, the IC has said that they have not attributed any cyber campaign against any election infrastructure from a nation-state adversary. And I think that speaks to the type of work that we have done over the past 3.5 to 4 years, because at this time, going all the way back to 2016, there were indicators and warnings that they were targeting our election infrastructure. We don't see that today as I sit here today, and I think that's because all of the work that not only CISA has done, but the entire interagency has done, as well as the work the administration has done, is calling out individuals that we have identified that are trying to
Secretary Wolf, can you address briefly the recent report that came out, I think it was from Microsoft, about various countries trying to interfere in the election? They mentioned, as I recall, Russia, China, Iran.
Right.
Can you address that?
Absolutely. So when we talk about nation-state threats to our election systems, we talk about 3 specifically. We talk about Russia, we talk about China, and we talk about Iran. And they all come about this differently, but all 3 are a threat. So I have been very consistent about that. The intelligence assessment put out by the DNI in early August was very consistent about that. And again, the Microsoft report, Senator, that you mentioned also talks about all 3 of those nation states being a threat. So I know that there continues to be a lot of focus on Russia, as there should be, but you cannot do that at the exclusion of making sure that we continue to address the threats that are from both China and Iran. Again,
so what the Microsoft report says is not inconsistent with what you're saying in terms of infrastructure not being under attack?
That's correct. So they're not focused, or we don't have any specific intelligence that they are focusing on election infrastructure. That's not to say they can't or they won't. But as I sit here today, they're not focused on election infrastructure. They are looking at those influence campaigns that we see them.
Let me change subjects if I could, and I'm going to ask you about something we did not talk about in our private conversation, and that has to do with your disaster relief fund. Since the $600 federal supplement on unemployment insurance ended, many people have not been able to have access, therefore, to unemployment insurance who lost a job through no fault of their own. The president and his administration stepped in, you stepped in and provided help at $300 federal supplement on top of the state supplement per month. That has been a 6-week program. It actually just ended last week. But you took the funding out of the disaster relief fund to be able to do that. I personally believe that that $300 extension is a good idea. I think it should be done till the end of the year. I think that's about the right amount. There is no magic number, but that's not disruptive to the labor market as the $600 was. However, my understanding is that the disaster relief fund has now reached its cap. In other words, you set a number that was based on some analysis that left enough money in the disaster relief fund to respond to true natural disasters. So 2 things have happened. One is we've had a lot more natural disasters, even in the last couple of months. Certainly the hurricanes and the wildfires are at the top of that list. So more demand for the assets in the fund. And second is, we've, as I understand it, depleted the entire amount that was set aside for the unemployment insurance. I have a legislative proposal, in fact, going to offer it as an amendment to the CR, and we'll see what happens, but to try to replenish that fund. Unfortunately, it's not fully replenished in the CR. Can you talk about that for a moment? Again, it's not something I've raised before with you, and I don't expect you to have all the details. But my understanding is the fund has $24.7 billion left in it, and that's not enough to handle the natural disaster challenges we face, plus being able to try to extend this $300 federal supplement program. Can you talk about that?
Yes, Senator. So as of today, FEMA has obligated around $49.5 billion in DRF funding to support COVID-19 relief efforts, and that includes about $39.6 billion in support of lost wages, Senator, which you certainly articulated. Obviously, the DRF is also used to respond to disasters. So Hurricanes Laura and Marco, about $581 million. Hurricane Sally's $2.4 million thus far, and we'll see, again, how that continues to roll out. Our balance in the DRF is a little north of $25 billion, so there is still funding inside our disaster relief fund to continue to address, as you know, hurricane season goes all the way through November, as well as to address the wildfires out in the West. So we do have funding as of today in the DRF to continue to support that FEMA has to continue to support efforts around the country.
Right, my time has expired. Just one quick answer. Do we have enough or not?
We do have enough as we sit here today. Now, if we have additional hurricanes, depending on the size and category of those hurricanes, as well as the wildfires, we may have to have continued discussions with Congress and OMB about additional funding for the DRF.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Portman. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Peters for this confirmation hearing. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for being here, for your testimony, for your willingness to serve, and for the conversation we had last week. And I'll join my colleagues in offering condolences to your entire workforce for the loss of the officers you have all suffered and to their families. Mr. Wolf, ISIS and affiliated forces are gaining strength worldwide, launching more than 100 attacks in Iraq last month, seizing more land in Afghanistan, and increasing threats on the African continent. This potential resurgence of ISIS in the Middle East, Africa, and Afghanistan is alarming, and we obviously can't ignore it. What steps has DHS taken to strengthen its counterterrorism capabilities in the event that ISIS continues to grow in these regions and pursues external operations against the U.S.?
So our counterterrorism portfolio and is sort of the core capability of what the department has done over its tenure. So we have a layered approach when we talk about counterterrorism policies and procedures that we put in place, from keeping individuals out of the country to identifying individuals as they come into the country, and then to make sure that.
In the matter of Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brett Hankison, the Jefferson County Grand Jury charges as follows. Count 1, wanton endangerment in the first degree. On or about March 13th, 2020, in Jefferson County, Kentucky, the above named defendant, Brett Hankeson, committed the offense of wanton endangerment in the first degree when, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, he wantonly shot a gun, into the apartment occupied by initials CE. Count 2, wanton endangerment in the first degree. On or about March 13th, 2020, in Jefferson County, Kentucky, the above named defendant, Brett Hankeson, committed the offense of wanton endangerment in the first degree when, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, he wantonly shot a gun into the apartment occupied by initials CN. Count 3, wanton endangerment in the first degree. On or about March 13th, 2020, in Jefferson County, Kentucky, the above named defendant, Brett Hankeson, committed the offense of wanton endangerment in the first degree when, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, he wantonly shot a gun into an apartment occupied by initials ZF against the peace and dignity of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Mr. Foreperson, is that the decision of the grand jury?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Sir, if you would please randomly select a number.
Division 13.
Division 13. Thank you, sir. The case will then be assigned to Jefferson Circuit Court, Division 13. Madam Assistant Attorney General, do you have a motion with respect to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. The Assistant Attorney General asks for $15,000 full cash bond for the defendant, Brett Hankeson.
I will grant the motion and assign bond in the amount of $15,000 full cash and issue a warrant.